Chapter 139. As he spoke, a light flashed in Huang Emperor's hand. Qi Yu felt his mind clear up, as if there was something extra, just like when he first learned Kirin's ability. The Xianyuan 8 swords had been completely integrated into his memory. As long as he thought about it carefully, it would appear. Qi Yu looked at Huang Emperor's solemn and serious expression. He didn't dare to say that he didn't want the Xianyuan sword anymore. Towards Huang Emperor, he still had a lot of respect. Teacher, is this enough? Then you are the sword spirit of the Xianyuan sword. Will you come with me? Haha. At this time, he suddenly thought that if he brought the soul of Huang Emperor back to his own era, he didn't know how shocked Grandmaster Zagru and the others would be. Going out and suddenly bringing back the great ancestor of humanity. Just thinking about it made him feel a sense of accomplishment. Huang Emperor shook his head and said, "No, I am the guardian sword spirit of the Xianyuan sword. Now that you have become its new master, I don't need to be with the Xianyuan sword anymore. The Xianyuan sword has the soul of Xianyuan. You have to get along with it. This is the only way for you. As for me, I have to stay in this Xianyuan tomb and continue to guard it, waiting for the return of the Xianyuan sword." Qi Yu frowned and said, "So, teacher, you have to stay in this place." Huang Emperor looked down. At this time, the Xianyuan tomb had undergone earth-shaking changes. Everything had disappeared, just like the outside world. The mountains and rivers, all kinds of plants, and the sun, moon, and stars in the sky all looked so real. Smiling, Huang Emperor said, "Isn't this place good? Since I made the choice, I don't have the right to regret it. Master, and use the Xianyuan sword well. That is the best repayment you can give me. After you leave, the Xianyuan tomb will seal itself. Outsiders will never be able to find its door again." Qi Yu asked anxiously, "What about me? Even I can't?" Huang Emperor looked at him and said, "You are the master of the Xianyuan sword, so of course you can. As long as you want, the Xianyuan sword will tell you the way back." After hearing what Huang Emperor said, Qi Yu suddenly smiled. "That's good. As long as I can come back to see you, it doesn't matter. Whether or not I can get the Kunlun mirrors, I will come back here often to see you." Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu and said calmly, "All right, you should leave this place. I think your friends must have felt the changes in Xuanyuan's tomb. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid they will force their way in. If that happens, it won't be good." Qi Yu nodded and looked at Huang Emperor reluctantly. He said, "Teacher, where should I leave from?" At this time, the golden door at the entrance had disappeared. Huang Emperor put his hands together in front of him and separated them. A golden door appeared out of thin air in front of him and Qi Yu. He said, "Qi Yu, I know you want to go back to your own era. You must remember that the Kunlun mirrors are very difficult to control. With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to go back to any era. Fortunately, you came from your original era, so you have the symbol of that era. Therefore, if you want to return to your own world after obtaining the Kunlun mirrors, you must use the Kunlun mirrors to activate the Lost Formation." Lost Formation? What's that? Qi Yu looked at Huang Emperor in surprise. Huang Emperor said, "The Lost Formation is the #1 divine formation in the ancient times. Even the gods are extremely afraid of it. The formation of the Lost Formation is left in our world, carved on the back of the Kunlun mirrors. Therefore, after obtaining the Kunlun mirrors, you must first learn the Lost Formation. You must remember this. At the same time, because of the Lost Formation, although the Kunlun mirrors are ranked 9th among the 10 great divine weapons, they are also one of the most difficult to obtain. I'm afraid the difficulty is no less than obtaining the Xianyuan sword." Qi Yu nodded and said, "I understand, Master, then I'll take my leave." Huang Emperor nodded and said, "Let's go, I'll tell you the last things I know. According to the legends, the Lost Formation uses the Fushi Zither as the core to control people's hearts, the Shin Nong Cauldron as the core to refine immortal medicines, the Kongtong Seal as the core to achieve immortality, the Kunlun mirrors as the core to travel through time, the Nuwa stone as the core to regenerate enchantments, and the Xianyuan sword as the core to form the God Execution formation. That's all I know. However, you must not try to use the God Execution formation unless you can truly use the power of the Xianyuan sword. Otherwise, you must not try it, because it will destroy your body and soul. Chiyu said, Master, then I'll really be leaving. Go! Huang Emperor calmly looked at Chiyu. Not a trace of emotion could be seen on his face. Chiyu looked at Huang Emperor and said, Then I'll really leave. Stop talking so much nonsense. Huang Emperor angrily kicked Chiyu's butt and kicked him into the golden door. Ah, Master, take care of yourself, I'll be back. His voice became softer and softer, and Chiyu's body finally disappeared. Looking at the slowly closing golden door, the calm look in Huang Emperor's eyes changed a little. I'm leaving. I'm still alone, and this is only my world. Before Chiyu could see the scene in front of him clearly, he could already feel a huge pressure coming towards him. The huge pressure caused the thundercloud force in his body to react naturally. The creation's network emitted a light blue light, protecting his body. It was the water thundercloud force that came into play. He then realized that he was already in the middle of the Green River, and he was surrounded by clear water. Chiyu! A surprised voice rang in Chiyu's mind. Using his spiritual power, Chiyu turned around in the water and saw black tortoise Longjung carrying Irua, Snow Girl, and Wenting on his back. They were just a few dozen meters behind him. Fortunately, the water was clear, or else he wouldn't have been able to see them. Longjung's speed in the water was definitely top-notch. When Chiyu was observing, it was already not far away from him. Chiyu pointed upwards, gesturing for Chiyu to go up first. Longjung's body emitted a circle of yellow light, and a suction force pulled Chiyu into its protective range. Then its thick limbs paddled at the same time, and it swam upwards. Everyone floated to the shore at the same time. Before Chiyu could say anything, Wenting had already jumped into his arms. You bastard, you scared me to death. Chi, you didn't know what had happened outside. He looked at Irua with a questioning look. After Irua explained, he found out that when Xuanyuan's tomb changed, the entire headquarters of the Tu clan experienced a slight earthquake. With Longjiang and Irua's sharp senses, they immediately realized that the earthquake came from underground. They associated it with Xuanyuan's tomb, and they immediately brought the two girls here. When they arrived at the entrance of Xuanyuan's tomb, they saw that Xuanyuan's tomb was already closed. At that moment, everyone was anxious, and they were looking for other exits under the water. At that moment, Chiyu's sudden appearance was discovered by Longjiang, and their worries turned into joy. Gently stroking Wenting's soft hair, Chiyu patted her shoulder and smiled. All right, I'm back now, aren't I? Don't forget, our Kirin is an auspicious sign. It won't die so easily. Wenting stood up and waved her little fist at Chiyu. She humphed and said, If you make me worry again, I will. Chiyu was in a good mood after obtaining the Xianyuan sword. He couldn't help but tease her. You will what? Wenting blushed. She punched Chiyu's stomach and said, I will beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Chiyu cooperated and pretended to be in pain. He smiled evilly and said, That's good. I will have to rely on you to take care of me in the future. With a beautiful girl taking care of me, it doesn't seem like a bad thing to be unable to take care of myself. Irua walked to Chiyu's side and looked him up and down. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though she didn't see him for a long time, the current Chiyu didn't look as arrogant as when she first saw him. Right now, his aura was much calmer than before, and he didn't have the same aura as Kirin. However, when he looked around, his eyes became unusually sharp, like a sharp sword that was ready to strike. Mom, I have made you worried. Looking at Irua's concerned gaze, Chiyu revealed a childish look. When he looked at Irua, he couldn't help but think of the scene he saw in the Xianyuan sword's illusion. Even though he knew that it was just an illusion, He could faintly feel that it happened to him. This was a completely inexplicable feeling. But Chiyu realized that his heart, which had given up hope for finding his parents for many years, was now full of hope again. He should hurry back. As long as he could return to his own era, he might really be able to find his biological parents. That would be such a wonderful thing. Chiyu smiled and revealed a faint glow in his eyes. Perhaps it was because he was thinking about how to find his parents. At this moment, his gaze suddenly became unusually sharp. Even Irua, who had reached the top level of Kirin, was shocked. Chiyu, could it be that you have? Irua asked subconsciously. Chiyu smiled and nodded at Irua. Irua abruptly took 2 steps back. Her charming face first turned deathly pale, and the corners of her mouth slightly twitched. Even her entire body was trembling. Her originally large eyes glared at Chiyu, as if she wanted to eat him up. Immediately after, a large flush appeared on her pale face due to her agitation. With a trembling voice, she said, Is this real? Longjiang, Longjiang. Longjiang hurried to Irua's side and held her arm. He also looked at Chiyu in shock. Not to mention Irua, even he couldn't believe it was true. Although the Genesis Network had some hope in Chiyu, Huang Emperor was too powerful. Moreover, Huang Emperor was only at the 2nd stage of obtaining the Shenyuan sword. Therefore, they didn't have much hope in Chiyu. They just wanted to try their best. However, when they saw Chiyu's affirmative answer, they were so excited that they couldn't speak for a while. Wen Ting and Snow Girl both knew that Chiyu had recognized Irua as his mother, but they weren't sure what Chiyu was doing in Shenyuan tomb. Irua only told them that Chiyu was going to cultivate there for a period of time. At this moment, when they saw Irua and Longjiang's shocked expression, they couldn't help but look at Chiyu in confusion. Chiyu looked at the 4 of them and couldn't help but smile. He nodded firmly and said, It's true, Mom. I succeeded. Maybe it's fate, but I really succeeded. Irua covered her mouth, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. She looked at Chiyu with red eyes and choked with sobs. I succeeded. I really succeeded. The Shenyuan sword has been unearthed again. No wonder there was an earthquake just now. No wonder I felt that the weather today is different from before. The spring of the divine beasts is here. The spring of mankind is here. Chiyu stepped forward to hold Irua's hand and said, Mom, don't be too happy. Although I have already obtained it, I am still far from being able to truly use its abilities. I still need to continuously cultivate before I can do so. Irua grabbed Chiyu's arm and shook her head. She said excitedly, No, child, you don't understand. This isn't as simple as obtaining a divine wife. You have to know that the reappearance of the Shenyuan sword means that the opportunity for us divine beasts is here. I trust my own judgment more and more now. Child, you are the savior sent by the heavens. You are sent to save us divine beasts. This is great. This is really great. With the Shenyuan sword, let's see if the king of beasts will dare to be so presumptuous. She seemed to have ignored Chiyu's words and held onto Chiyu's arm excitedly. At this moment, the energy wave on Chiyu's body suddenly changed. A circle of faint white light moved rhythmically. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly broke free from Irua's hand, and the creation's network floated back about 10 meters. His eyes flashed, and a white light shot out from the Kirin pearl on his chest. As the light flashed, a huge white flood dragon appeared out of thin air. The white flood dragon didn't look any different from when she first became Chiyu's messenger. However, the scales on her body had become more lustrous. Even her eyes were filled with vitality. Master, I'm awake. The white flood dragon wasn't as rude to Chiyu as the deep-sea nether snake. Once she saw Chiyu, she immediately lowered her head and bowed respectfully. Chiyu smiled faintly and said, White lady, you've finally woken up. If you hadn't woken up, Big Brother Nether Snake would have fought me to the death. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. The white flood dragon nodded. There was a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Obviously, it was because of Qi Yu mentioning the deep-sea nether snake. Qi Yu understood and activated the thundercloud force in his body. There was another flash of light, and the deep-sea nether snake appeared next to the white flood dragon. As soon as he appeared, he immediately pounced on the white flood dragon. "Ah, my precious white snake, you're finally awake. I was so anxious." The white flood dragon seemed to be a little uncomfortable with his enthusiasm. Her huge body twisted a little, and she kept a certain distance from him. Her gaze fell on Long Jiang and Yi Ruo, and she said in surprise, "High Ambassador Black Tortoise, King of the Earth Kirin." Yi Ruo's excited expression suddenly changed. She nodded at the white flood dragon and quickly walked to Qi Yu's side. She whispered in his ear, "Qi Yu, how many envoys do you have? Don't tell me you've already collected all of them?" Qi Yu shook his head and said, "No, I only have these 2 envoys. They're my friends." After hearing Qi Yu's reply, Yi Ruo heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Qi Yu, can you bring out the Shenyuan sword so that Qi Yu knew that Yi Ruo and Long Jiang had put in a lot of effort for the Shenyuan sword. He smiled and nodded. He said, "Step back a little, in case you get hurt by the sharpness of the Shenyuan sword." When Long Jiang heard that Qi was going to show off the Shenyuan sword, he immediately became serious. He hurriedly pulled Yi Ruo to the side. The deep-sea nether snake, the white flood dragon, Snow Girl, and Wenting also revealed a curious expression. Even the deep-sea nether snake, who had always been conscious in Qi Yu's body, could only feel the drastic change in the energy in his body. However, it didn't know that its master had already obtained the second of the 10 great divine weapons, the Shenyuan sword. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yu walked to the side of the river and stood still. His originally calm gaze instantly became sharp. Between his eyebrows, a spot of golden light shone gradually under the control of his mental energy. Qi Yu's gaze suddenly brightened. In the midst of the golden light, a soft sound was heard. As the golden light flashed, the 2-meter-long Shenyuan sword appeared in front of him with its scabbard. When the Shenyuan sword appeared, the surroundings instantly became silent. Time seemed to have stopped the moment the Shenyuan sword appeared. A faint golden light flashed. The Shenyuan sword still looked the same as when Qi saw it for the first time. The black hilt and the simple scabbard floated in the air. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Long Jiang and Yi Ruo had already come to Qi Yu's side excitedly. Long Jiang said with a trembling voice, This is the Shenyuan divine sword that assisted Emperor Huang to destroy Qi Yu." Qi Yu nodded and said solemnly, "That's right. This is the Shenyuan sword." Wenting and Snow Girl also came to Qi Yu's side. Wenting said doubtfully, "I can't see anything special about it. Could it be that the 10 great divine weapons don't live up to its name?" Perhaps it understood Wenting's words. As soon as her voice fell, the Shenyuan sword suddenly became different. Qi Yu felt his heart tighten. The Shenyuan sword that was originally floating in the air suddenly stood up. Then, a faint layer of light emitted from the scabbard. Because it was daytime, there was sunlight. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see the existence of the light clearly. However, as soon as the faint light appeared, the surrounding atmosphere immediately changed. The deep-sea nether snake that was originally whispering sweet nothings to the white flood dragon suddenly trembled. Its huge body suddenly crawled on the ground and actually trembled slightly. Its 18 snake eyes were filled with horror as it stared in the direction of the Shenyuan sword. At the same time, Wenting's expression changed as well. Her delicate body swayed slightly. If it wasn't for Qi Yu grabbing onto her, she would have already fallen to the ground. Yi Ruo said in a low voice, "When the Shenyuan sword is out, all evil will bow down. You have the aura of a ferocious beast on your body. You must not resist. Otherwise, you might attract the attack of the Shenyuan sword." Just as she finished speaking, a strange phenomenon appeared. The originally clear and calm green river had a change. The slowly flowing river suddenly stopped under the illumination of the light on the Xianyuan sword. One must know that although this was a relatively long and narrow section of the river, it was still more than 1,000 meters wide. For such a wide river to suddenly stop flowing, how much energy was needed? However, the power of the Xianyuan sword was far from just this. The light shone again, and the originally calm, mirror-like surface of the river suddenly split into two. Just that sharp aura alone was enough to easily split the surface of the river into two. The river below continued to flow, but the river above seemed to be sealed by something. The water surface was gradually expanding, but it couldn't flow in the original direction. Longjiang took a deep breath and said, as expected of the Xianyuan sword, just its aura alone is enough to stop the flow of the river. Without waiting for Qiyu to summon it, a golden light flashed, and the Xianyuan sword disappeared. At the same time, the cold voice of the Xianyuan sword rang in Qiyu's head. I am not for display. If there is a next time, I will go on strike. Qiyu was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but smile helplessly. As expected of a godly weapon, its temper was at the level of a godly weapon. He shook his head gently and looked at the crowd in front of him, saying, This is the Xianyuan sword. Now, it can be said that it doesn't listen to my commands. It can be said that I am just a vessel for it. I don't really have the ability to command it. Irua looked deeply at Qiyu and let out a long breath. She smiled and said, No matter what, the Xianyuan sword has finally been unearthed, and the person who owns it is my son, who is also a member of the Kirin clan. I have to tell this good news to the king of godly beasts as soon as possible. Qiyu, we will set off tomorrow morning to meet the king of godly beasts. After hearing Irua's words, Qiyu couldn't help but feel elated. After passing the test of the Xianyuan sword, he missed his friends and lovers even more now. He couldn't wait to return to the era that belonged to him, and the Kunlun mirrors was the only way for them to return. Through Huang Emperor, it was confirmed that the Kunlun mirrors indeed had the ability to send them back. At this moment, Qiyu was very anxious. Irua used her status as the Earth Race's high priestess to arrange accommodations for Qiyu and company before leaving with Longjiang. The deep-sea nether serpent and white flood dragon also returned to Qiyu's body to flirt. In the huge wooden house, only Qiyu, Wenting, and Snow Girl were left. Lying comfortably on the bed that was covered with straw, Qiyu's mood was relaxed. His pair of sneaky eyes continuously scanned Wenting's body. Looking at him, Wenting even thought that he had cultivated some kind of X-ray vision. What are you looking at? We are together every day. Haven't you seen enough? Wenting said impatiently. Qiyu smiled and said, Of course not enough. It won't be enough even if I look at you for a lifetime. Ting, can you officially accept me now? Wenting snorted and said, Let's talk about it when we get back. You rascal, you are already in the ancient beast era, and you still don't forget about these things. Humph, you were born to be a little pervert. Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, Ting, our precious daughter is still here. Shouldn't you save some face for me? The quiet Snow Girl giggled and said, It's okay, I can pretend that I didn't hear anything. However, Father, I heard from Mother that you have a few girlfriends. You're really a playboy. If you let Mother down, I will ignore you. When did the two of you become a united front? Qiyu asked curiously. Wenting said proudly, Of course we are mother and daughter of one heart. Qiyu, after you got the Xianyuan sword, did your strength increase? Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, Increase my ass. The Xianyuan sword is like a super cannon, and my thundercloud force is the cannonball. Now I can't even shoot a cannonball. It doesn't have many benefits for me. Moreover, the Xianyuan sword itself has a soul and wisdom. If you want to command it, it depends on whether the old man is happy or not. In my opinion, The actual significance of the Xianyuan sword is far less important than what it represents. Wen Ting smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are not relying on its ability. If you can really command the Xianyuan sword, I will be surprised. Don't forget, our world is a balanced world. Do you think you are invincible? In your dreams, even if you really have the strength of the Xianyuan sword, there is still the Panga axe to restrain it." Qi Yu said, "I have never thought of using the Xianyuan sword for anything. However, although I can't use the power of the Xianyuan sword, I think it can still be used to scare people. Last time, Mother and Senior Longjiang used a fake Xianyuan sword to scare away the Bull Demon King. Now that we have the real one, isn't it easier to scare him away?" After listening to Qi Yu's words, Wen Ting's expression suddenly became a little serious. "Qi Yu, Senior Yi Ruo and Senior Longjiang guided you to obtain the Xianyuan sword. Will they?" Qi Yu naturally knew what Wen Ting meant. He shook his head and said, "I don't think so. They are the strongest among the mythological beasts. Moreover, I have already informed them before. The actual power of the Xianyuan sword is not something that I can control. Moreover, they also understand that I am anxious to return to our world. They will not force us to stay." Wen Ting nodded and said, "That's good. However, the Xianyuan sword is after all a sacred object in the hearts of the Tu clan. You obtain the Xianyuan sword under the guidance of the two seniors. Naturally, you have a certain responsibility towards the Tu clan and the mythological beasts. Do you still remember the request that Senior Yi Ruo mentioned? At that time, I felt that it was a little inappropriate when you immediately agreed to it. If I am not wrong, it must be a very dangerous task. I am really a little afraid." Qi Yu's gaze moved slightly. He stood up and walked to Wen Ting's side. He held her little hand and thought for a while before saying, "Since I have already agreed to it, no matter how difficult this request is, I have to do it. However, I believe that Mother will not allow me to take risks easily. After all, I have already recognized her as my mother. I can feel that her kindness towards me is completely from the bottom of her heart." Wen Ting sighed and said, Do you think that everyone is as emotional as you and always place feelings as the first priority? In the face of big matters, some things are uncertain. Just wait and see. If it is really a very dangerous task, you must promise me that you will reject it, okay?" After listening to Wen Ting's words, Qi Yu couldn't help but feel a little hesitant in his heart. He replied noncommittally. Just as he was about to say something, Yi Ruo's voice came from outside. "Qi Yu, can you come out for a while?" "Mother, I am coming." Qi Yu patted Wen Ting's hand lightly. Wen Ting gave him a look before letting him go. Snow Girl walked to Wen Ting's side and used her own energy to cover her voice. She said to Wen Ting, "Mother, do you really think that the people here will harm us?" Wen Ting shook her head and said, "They won't harm us, but I am worried that Qi will be used. You don't know your father's temper. Once he acts on his emotions, he won't consider the consequences. Although he has suffered a few times, he just can't change." As she said this, she couldn't help but think about how Qi Yu had sacrificed his life to use the ultimate Kirin's arm to save her. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Snow Girl smiled and said, "Although father might be a little emotional, I can see that this is one of the main reasons why you like him." Wen Ting was stunned. She looked at Snow Girl and wanted to refute. However, after thinking about it carefully, Snow Girl didn't seem to be wrong. Yes, if Qi Yu was really a very rational person, would she still like him without any regrets? Qi Yu walked out of the wooden house and saw a spirited Yi Ruo waiting for him outside the door. Although Yi Ruo's complexion was much better than when Qi Yu first saw her, Qi Yu could see the hesitation in her eyes. "Mother, you were looking for me?" Qi Yu walked to Yi Ruo's side and called out to her affectionately. Yi Ruo nodded lightly and pulled Qi Yu's hand. She said, "Come with me. I have something to tell you." As she said this, she pulled Qi Yu to the side. Yi Ruo's hand was very warm, but her palms were a little sweaty. It seemed that her mood was very unstable. Chi-Yu was pulled by her to Yi-Rua's room. At this moment, Long Jiang wasn't here. There was only Chi-Yu and Yi-Rua in the room. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Rua let out a soft sigh. With a wave of her right hand, a yellow light floated up and completely sealed all the auras in the area. Although Chi-Yu knew that he could do it as well, he would definitely not be able to do it as easily as Yi-Rua. He could not help but feel a little more admiration towards his mother. Mother, if there's anything, just say it. Looking at Yi-Rua's expression, Chi-Yu could faintly guess that what Wen-Ting said was about to happen. Chapter 140. Chi-Yu nodded his head and said firmly, "Yes, I can't stay here. The best choice is to return to my own era. That is the world that belongs to me." Yi-Rua sighed and said, "Perhaps you still don't know this, but because of your appearance, our era has changed." Chi-Yu was stunned and said, "Mother, what do you mean by this?" Yi-Rua said, "After you entered the Xuanyuan's tomb, I have already contacted the Divine Beast King and told him about your situation. He told me that after you appeared, the Kirin Pearl and Kirin Mirror that were originally on his body disappeared. Also, the Kirin Red that was on the other Kirin's body also disappeared. That means that you came to our era. Even though it was a coincidence after you came according to the spatial laws, there can only be one Kirin's octatic treasures. Once you leave our era, no one knows if the Kirin's octatic treasures will appear again. According to our estimations, it probably won't appear again. Otherwise, there will be new changes in history. Based on this, the Kirin's octatic treasures and the Xuanyuan sword will probably be the same. After you leave our era, the Xuanyuan sword will also disappear from our era forever. It will only appear on your body when you return to your era. Do you understand what I am saying?" Chi-Yu nodded his head and said, "I understand what you mean. The Xuanyuan sword has already recognized its owner, and I can't do anything about it. After all of you have seen that it doesn't really listen to me now. As for the Kirin's octatic treasures, we are all from the Kirin clan. If possible, I am willing to return it to you. Even if I return to my era and don't have the Kirin's octatic treasures, it doesn't matter." After his abilities reached the 6 clouds level, Chi-Yu knew that his overall abilities had reached a new peak. Even without the help of the Kirin's octatic treasures, he wouldn't be weakened too much. In his era, the Kirin of the 6 clouds should be able to handle everything. Furthermore, with the help of Emperor Huang, his actual combat abilities had increased greatly. He didn't need to rely on these treasures anymore. Yi-Rua shook her head lightly and said, "Silly child, I'm telling you all this not because I want you to leave the Kirin's octatic treasures behind. We, the Kirin clan, are of the same branch. Although we are from different eras, we won't be stingy with these Kirin's octatic treasures. I'm saying all this just to tell you that anything that you take away from this world will not appear again." Chi-Yu was a little confused and said, "Mother, just say it directly. Could it be that you want me to take away something from this world? Bring it to my world?" Yi-Rua nodded her head and said, "That's right. I just don't know if you're willing." Chi-Yu thought for a while and said, "Mother, if I'm not wrong, the thing that you want me to take away must be very important. At least, it must be very important to your era. Can you let me know what it is first?" Yi-Rua said, "Of course I have to let you know. The thing that I want you to take away is actually..." Her lips were moving. Although she used her ability to seal the surroundings, she still used her voice transmission technique to tell Chi-Yu. After hearing Yi-Rua's words, Chi-Yu's entire body shook. "What? You want me to take it away? How? How is this possible?" Yi-Rua laughed bitterly. "It is precisely because of the difficulty and danger that I am extremely hesitant. You are my son, and I cannot help but consider your safety. At the same time, I do not wish to disturb your era. However, for the sake of the Divine Beast Clan, I have no choice but to request this of you. Child, can you listen to what I have to say first?" As she spoke, Yi-Rua's lips began to buzz once again as she carefully said something to Chi-Yu. After hearing Yi-Rua's words, Chiyu's emotions gradually calmed down. His gaze also gradually became a little cold. He looked at Irua and didn't seem to be as friendly as before. Mother, can you tell me why you are so confident that it will succeed? What if it brings disaster to my era if I take it away? Irua looked at Chiyu helplessly and said, That won't happen. After you take it away, you can stay in our era for a period of time. After confirming that there's no danger, you can return to your era. This is our request. It's precisely because of the danger that I haven't told you about this. I haven't told the king of the godly beasts about this matter. This is just what Longjiang and I think. Today, I called you here to listen to your opinion. If you're not willing, then forget about this matter. I won't force you. Irua pondered deeply. He didn't look at Irua anymore. His eyes were filled with hesitation and all sorts of complicated emotions. After a long time, Chiyu slowly raised his head and said, Mother, is this the only hope of the godly beasts? If I take it away, will the godly beasts really be able to make a comeback? Irua nodded her head resolutely and said, That's right. As long as you can take it away, then the godly beasts will have hope of making a comeback. No, I shouldn't say with certainty that it will definitely be able to make a comeback. It's the key to everything. Silence. The entire room fell into silence. Irua's expression was a little gloomy and a little guilty. On the other hand, Chiyu was constantly thinking. Although his gaze was filled with hesitation, it was filled with even more complicated emotions. Irua's gaze gradually regained its calmness. She said plainly, Frankly speaking, although this is a gamble, the success rate is more than 90%. Mother, I agree. Irua's eyes lit up. Although deep down in her heart, she hoped that her son, whom she had just acknowledged, would agree to this request. When Chiyu really agreed, the guilt in her heart deepened. Child, you! Chiyu smiled faintly and said, After all, if it wasn't for you and Senior Longjiang, Ting, Snow Girl and I would have died a long time ago. Even if it's to repay you for saving my life, I have no reason to disagree. Moreover, the success rate is more than 90%. I am willing to take this gamble. Looking at Chiyu, Irua felt as if she was looking at the greatest person in the world. She was very clear that Chiyu had a long lifespan like the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. Although the risk was only 10%, even the strongest divine beast wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. After all, there would only be one result of failure. However, Chiyu only thought about it for a short while before he agreed. This kind of breadth of mind and courage was something that she couldn't compare with. In a desperate situation, perhaps anyone would have the courage to fight with their life on the line. However, there weren't many divine beasts who could calmly agree when they knew that the outcome would be death. Chiyu's choice had already told Irua what kind of person he was. Chiyu walked forward and held Irua's hand. He smiled faintly and said, Mom, if we succeed, there's nothing more to say. However, if we fail, I hope that you can help Ting and the rest to return to the world that belongs to us. Is that okay? Irua nodded her head slowly. At this moment, she already didn't know what she should say to Chiyu. After returning to his own room, Chiyu's expression didn't seem any different. From the looks of it, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Why did Senior Irua look for you? When Ting asked, Chiyu smiled faintly and said nothing much. Mom just told me that we're going to meet the king of divine beasts and it will be a long journey. She reminded me to take good care of all of you on the way and to be careful. After all, in this era, the beasts are very rampant. Chiyu nodded his head. There wasn't a single flaw in his expression. When Ting looked at Chiyu indifferently and didn't say anything else. After all, the two of them had experienced life and death together more than once. She knew that even though she hadn't completely accepted Chiyu's feelings on the surface, she had already tied her life to Chiyu's in the depths of her heart. If something really happened to him, then... The next morning, Irua didn't bring any luggage with her and set off with Chiyu and the other two. The headquarters of the Earth race needed someone to protect them. As the guardian deity of the Earth race, the Black Tortoise and Longjiang stayed behind. When Qiyu and the other three left, Qiyu clearly saw that Longjiang's gaze was a little dazed. In that daze, there was a strong sense of reluctance. When he thought about the relationship between Yi Ruo and the king of divine beasts, Qiyu could only sigh for this black tortoise. Different eras had different customs. In any case, he knew that if he had to share a wife with another man, he would definitely not be able to do it. After leaving the headquarters of the Earth race, the four of them didn't fly. Instead, Yi Ruo brought them along and walked for half a day before they passed through the headquarters and entered a vast grassland. During the era of the ancient beasts, all kinds of plants could be seen everywhere. After leaving Xuanyuan's tomb, Qiyu realized that his spiritual energy had improved greatly after going through the test of Xuanyuan's sword. The range of his spiritual energy's detection was more than twice as large as before. Looking at the vast expanse of green in front of him, his originally somewhat depressed mood instantly relaxed. Yi Ruo said, "All right, there are no longer any Earth race people here. Let's fly and advance. It will be much faster that way." Although she was an Earth Kirin, she also had the ability to fly. Of course, although her thundercloud force was strong, it ultimately couldn't compare to Qiyu's flying speed with the wind thundercloud force and the soaring 90,000 miles technique. A Kirin with multiple attributes like Qiyu was extremely rare in the history of the Kirin clan. Furthermore, he was the only one of the four auspicious clouds. The four of them soared into the sky. Qiyu brought Wenting, while the snow girl followed beside him obediently. As they flew, Qiyu asked Yi Ruo, "Mom, I heard that our Kirin clan only has 4 types of thundercloud force: wind, fire, thunder, and water. However, you are Earth Kirin. Why is this so? Could it be that the legends are wrong?" He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but he didn't have the chance. Now that they were hurrying and had nothing to do, he thought about it again. Yi Ruo smiled slightly and said, "The legends aren't wrong. In our Kirin clan, there are indeed 4 main races. However, nothing is absolute. A Earth Kirin, like me, is an anomaly in the Kirin clan. Initially, my parents were the Wind Kirin and the Fire Kirin. After they got married, I was born during the Earth Year, Earth Month, Earth Day, and Earth Hour. Wind and fire mutated, and thus, an Earth Kirin like me appeared. Fundamentally, other than the different attributes of our abilities, I am no different from the other Kirin. However, just like you are the Ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds, a Kirin with a mutated attribute like me is extremely rare in the entire history of the Kirin clan." Qiyu suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. Mom, then your position in the Kirin clan must be very high." Yi Ruo sighed and smiled bitterly. "What do you mean by high position? Now, there are only 7 Kirin. Who would care about this? Although there are only 7 of us, we are all scattered across the Yanhuang land and doing different things. However, we only have one goal, and that is to revive the mythological beasts. Originally, I thought that my life was coming to an end. Fortunately, I met you. It seems like I can still fight for the Kirin clan for another few thousand years." When Ting said, "Senior, if there are only 7 Kirin left in the Kirin clan, what will happen to the future generations of Kirin?" Yi Ruo smiled slightly and said, "Little girl, the 7 Kirin that I mentioned are all grown-up Kirin." Yi Ruo smiled and said, "Last, the 7 Qilins that I mentioned are all matured Qilins. Of course, we have descendants, and our next generation is not bad. We have 11 children. It is also because of their existence that we are full of confidence in the revival of the divine beasts. However, because the Qilins are still very weak before they have fully matured, they are currently cultivating in a secret place. When they have matured, they will then join the Qilin family and work hard for the prosperity of the divine beasts. Sai, we're all old. No matter if it is me, the king of the divine beasts, or the other Qilins of the same generation, we are all very old now. I'm afraid that in a few years, before our next generation can prosper, we will. From Irua's words, Chiyu had already understood what she meant. He smiled slightly and said, "This is not a problem. Since I can help you, I think I can also help the other seniors of Kirin. Even if I can only extend your lifespan by 1,000 years, it will be enough to last until the young Kirin have all grown up." Irua looked at Chiyu. Her gaze was no longer just maternal. It was a kind of gratitude. When Wenting heard what Chiyu said, she felt a little happy. She had always been afraid that Chiyu would feel indebted to Irua and the Longjiang for saving them and would agree to some dangerous conditions. At this moment, since Chiyu was willing to extend the lifespan of the entire Kirin clan to the Kirin clan, this could be considered as returning the favor. The four of them flew very quickly. Under the contrast of the blue sky, they breathed in fresh air. Other than the continuous depletion of Snow Girl's energy, Chiyu and Irua used their own thundercloud force to adjust themselves. Not only did they not deplete too much thundercloud force, but they also had the effect of cultivating during this long period of flight. After flying for a full day, when Snow Girl was really a little tired, the four of them returned to the ground to rest temporarily. At this moment, night had already fallen. During the era of the ancient beasts, the night was just as beautiful as the day. In the night sky, there were many stars. As compared to the modern world, the light of the stars and the moon was much brighter. Feeling the vitality of the surrounding plants, Chiyu leaned against a big tree and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. However, in the depths of his heart, he was far from being as calm as he appeared on the surface. Ever since he agreed to Irua's request last night, he had been thinking about it. He originally wanted to tell Wenting, but he was afraid that she would be too worried, so he simply didn't say it. "Have some fruits." Wenting passed 2 fruits to Chiyu. Chiyu smiled and took them. At the same time, he pulled Wenting to his side and said, "Ting Ting, your strength seems to have improved recently." Wenting leaned on Chiyu's shoulder and said, "Are you the only one who can cultivate hard? I have been working hard too." Chiyu said, "Previously, when we fought against the Beast King, I already felt that something was wrong. Your energy seems to be much stronger than before. Even before I reached 6 clouds, I couldn't compare to you. What's going on?" Wenting laughed and said, You only remembered to ask now. Actually, after absorbing the energy from your source of nature, my body and the Snow Girl's body have changed a lot. The Snow Girl's energy is more condensed than before, and at the same time, she has the ability to transform into ice and snow. As for me, I have resolved the biggest crisis in the past. Under the influence of the source of nature's energy, the giant beast relic no longer exists. Tell me, why did my ability increase?" Chiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he said in surprise, "You mean, under the influence of the source of nature's energy, you have already absorbed all the energy of the giant beast relic that could not be used before?" Wenting nodded with a smile and said, "You fool, you only know now." Chiyu said excitedly, "That's great. Your strength has increased. I don't have to worry so much in the future." Wenting leaned on Chiyu's shoulder and said lightly, "Actually, I would rather not absorb the energy of the giant beast relic." Chiyu looked at her in surprise and said, "Why? Don't you want to become stronger?" Wenting shook her head and said, "Being strong doesn't mean anything to me at all. Wasn't my father strong back then? But in the end, my mother and I still had a tragic ending. I would rather have the ability of the giant beast relic. Ever since I came to this era, I feel that the road you have to walk in the future will be very bumpy. Who can guarantee that you will encounter a huge crisis at any time? When you encounter a crisis, I would rather be able to use my own energy to help you. At that time, although I will lose my body, my soul can be with you forever. You will never be able to abandon me." Wenting's words were very calm, but it caused a huge wave in Chiyu's heart. He regretted agreeing to Wenting's request yesterday. This was because from Wenting's words, he could tell that they would live and die together. If he really died after failing, then when you did not dare to think about it anymore. The aura on his body also changed slightly. Wen Ting and Yu were telepathically connected. Now that they were so close, she immediately felt the change in Yu's aura. Just as she was about to ask Yu suddenly said in surprise, "Ah! Someone is coming." Both of them looked into the distance, only to see a figure quickly flying in their direction. The person seemed to be walking on air. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Yu could faintly see that it was a human. Moreover, it was a woman. She was wearing white clothes. Although the cloth was very rough, it was much better than the leaves of the Aborigines. This woman looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her fair and delicate face was filled with fear. Her running speed seemed to have reached the limit. She was wearing a long skirt. At this time, in order to increase her speed, her hands had already pulled up the hem of her skirt. Under the illumination of the moonlight, her slender thighs were exceptionally eye-catching. At the same time that the girl was rushing over, Yu's gaze fell behind her. Behind her, there were more than 10 black shadows chasing her. These black shadows looked very tall. Because it was nighttime and these black shadows were dressed in black, it was hard to see them clearly. However, Yu had already vaguely felt that the aura of these guys was full of evil. Wen Ting looked at Yu with a smile and said, "What are you waiting for? This is a good opportunity for the hero to save the beauty." Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Ting, your jealousy is really strong. Why didn't I notice it before?" Wen Ting glared at Yu and said, "Who are you saying is jealous? I'm too lazy to be jealous of you." Yu didn't speak again because time didn't allow him to delay. The black shadow behind him was about to catch up with the girl in white in front of him. His right foot touched the ground, and Yu's body had already rushed out. Almost in a flash, he had already met the girl in white. The girl seemed to be very flustered. Suddenly encountering an obstruction, a cold light flashed in her hand and directly waved towards Yu. You clearly saw that the weapon in her hand was a stone knife made of white stone. It looked very sharp and was more than a foot long. At this time, Yu didn't have time to explain anything. He waved his right hand and didn't care about the sharpness of the stone knife. He directly grabbed it in his hand, and at the same time he raised it up so that the stone knife couldn't stab his body. He also used this time to slow down the girl's forward momentum. However, he forgot that the girl was originally holding her skirt with both hands and was running with big strides. When she attacked him, the hand that was originally holding the skirt was suddenly gone. The skirt fell down and immediately tripped on her slender thighs. With a soft cry, she directly fell towards Yu's body. Yu was shocked and didn't have time to think about it. He was already embraced by a soft and fragrant body. Perhaps because the girl usually exercised a lot, her delicate body was very elastic. When she suddenly fell into Yu's arms, Yu only felt that his chest was pressed by a pair of plump and elastic softness. At the same time, the girl subconsciously stretched out her other hand to hold his neck. Out of a state of self-defense, her left hand exerted force and her body had already wrapped around Yu's waist. 2 slender thighs spread in the air and a standard scissor kick directly wrapped around Yu's waist. This action seemed to have been coordinated many times. With Yu's strength, he naturally wouldn't be knocked down by the girl. However, suddenly being hugged by a beautiful girl and her legs wrapped around his waist, he couldn't help but have some reaction. What appeared in front of him was a pair of big black eyes. Although the eyes were full of fear, they were like black gemstones and were full of color. Her white and flawless face was now pale. Her skin was many times better than the skin of those native people. Even modern people with the best cosmetics couldn't compare to her skin. Especially her natural skin, which had a layer of faint luster, added a bit of beauty to it. Towards beautiful women, Yu's resistance was very small. At such a close distance, he was suddenly stunned and subconsciously held the girl's slender waist. so thin and soft. This was Chi Yu's first feeling. Then, without waiting for him to react, the girl had already made the next move. Obviously, in her panic, the girl had already regarded Chi Yu and the pursuers behind as the same group. She instantly let go of her arm that was holding Chi Yu. Because of Chi Yu's sluggishness, her right hand actually broke free. Her upper body suddenly leaned back, both hands on the ground, and her legs forcefully wrapped around Chi Yu's waist. Chi Yu only felt a strong force coming. The girl actually wanted to use the strength of her waist and legs to throw him out. Of course, the girl couldn't succeed. Chi Yu didn't need to use the thundercloud force at all. Just by his body's instinct, his upper body slightly moved back, and he already stood firm like a mountain. No matter how hard the girl tried, she couldn't move him at all. The girl desperately tried to throw Chi Yu out, but Chi Yu saw something he shouldn't have seen. The girl's legs were previously wrapped around Chi Yu's waist. At this time, her upper body was leaning back. Because her movement was very fierce, even her long skirt was completely hanging down to her upper body. At this time, she didn't feel anything when she used force, but her pair of slender and round thighs, as well as the most mysterious part between her legs, were completely presented in front of Chi Yu. Did the ancient beasts have underwear? Let Chi Yu tell you, the answer is no. The white lower body of Rüyue swayed slightly under the girl's continuous force. Her slender and round thighs outlined an almost perfect curve. When Chi Yu saw this scene in front of him, his first action was to reach out to touch his nose to see if there was a nosebleed. As the inheritor of Kirin's bloodline, his sexual reaction had always been very fast. Suddenly seeing such a scene of a naked woman upside down, his lower body almost reacted in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, the girl didn't have underwear, but he still had, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. A cold snort pulled Chi Yu back from his daze. Only then did he remember that Wen Ting was still watching not far away. Afraid that Wen Ting would misunderstand something, he quickly used force on his waist and slightly swung the girl's body up. At the same time, he held her waist tightly with one hand and made her do another naked woman upside down. Of course, Chi Yu had good intentions. However, after the girl's upper body was swung up by him, it was inevitable that her plump buttocks would sit down slightly. At this time, Chi Yu's lower body had already reacted. Although it was separated by his pants, the position of the girl's mysterious place just happened to rub against his top. The instant pleasure brought about made Chi Yu's whole body subconsciously tremble. At this time, the girl also looked at Chi Yu with a look of horror. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and a slap had already landed on Chi Yu's face. Chi Yu was jolted awake by this slap. Everything had happened too quickly, and he had only just woken up. Seeing the girl swing a second slap at him, he hurriedly tilted his head to the side and shouted in the native language, "Miss, I'm here to help you." Hearing Chi Yu's words, the girl finally didn't hit him for the third time. However, she had used all her strength in the first slap. Although Chi Yu's skin was very thick, it still left a thin and red palm print. Chi Yu secretly cursed at his bad luck, but at this time he couldn't care so much. Just as he was about to put the girl down, the pursuers behind him had already caught up. Immediately, an evil wind blew against his face, and more than 10 huge figures almost simultaneously pounced towards Chi Yu. At this time, Chi Yu clearly felt the Xianyuan sword in his body vibrate slightly. The clear and cold voice of Xuanyuan's soul sounded in Chi Yu's heart. Jilly people. Jilly people? Weren't they the descendants of Chi Yu? Chi Yu didn't have time to think too much. His left hand was still holding the girl, and he still maintained his original position. However, his right hand had already swung out, and a fiery red light floated out, like a barrier, blocking the enemies who were chasing after him. Immediately after, the surging fire energy exploded like an explosive, instantly causing the 10 figures to retreat at the same time. Under the illumination of the flames, the small forest instantly lit up. Chiyu stepped on Kirin, and in a flash he had already returned to Wenting's side. At this time, Snow Girl and Irua had already woken up from their meditation. Wenting's eyes flickered with anger as she looked at Chiyu and said indifferently, "Hello. You really went to save the damsel in distress. Do you want to come and perform for everyone to see?" Only then did Chiyu wake up, and he hurriedly let go of the girl's hand and said awkwardly, "Ting Ting, listen to me. You saw the situation just now. I didn't do it on purpose. It was an urgent matter." Wenting also knew that Chiyu didn't do it on purpose, but when she saw her beloved man being so intimate with another woman, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. She snorted and said, "Let's deal with the enemies first." Chapter 141. Chiyu's eyes lit up. Although he was easily nervous when facing Wenting, he was much more composed when facing enemies. Now that they were near, the people chasing them could be seen clearly in front of them. Every one of the pursuers was over 2.5 meters tall. Although they looked like humans, their bodies were covered in dark green scales. There weren't many scales, but they looked exceptionally ferocious. Most of them had bald spots on their heads, and their ferocious eyes stared at Chiyu's group in bewilderment. Their feet moved slightly as they carefully closed in on them in a semicircle formation. Irua frowned and said coldly, "Jilly people, why do they dare to come here?" After Irua and Xuanyuan's confirmation, Chiyu understood that these half-human, half-ghost fellows were the descendants of the demonic god Chiyu. He was a little excited. After coming to the ancient beast era, everything that he had experienced was very exciting. First, he met the Alpine native race. Then he met the great ancestor Emperor Huang and obtained the Xianyuan sword. Now, he even met the descendants of Chiyu. Low growls came from the mouths of those Jilly people. They seemed to be saying something. Chiyu tried to understand their language through the plants. Unfortunately, the plants here couldn't understand the language of the Jilly people. Irua said, "They are asking us to hand this girl over to them. Otherwise, they will kill all of us. It seems like they are afraid of you. What you did just now has already shocked them. Otherwise, based on the habits of the Jilly people, they would have already attacked you." Chiyu looked at Irua and said, "What should we do? Should we kill them?" As he didn't belong to this era, he didn't have any hatred towards the Jilly people. That was why he asked Irua. Irua snorted and said, "The Jilly people are extremely cruel. Every one of them should be killed." Chiyu nodded and said, "I'll be the bad guy." As he spoke, he slowly walked out. Just then, a deafening roar rang out. A strange look appeared on the faces of all the members of the Jilly. Judging from their emotions, they seemed to be excited. Chiyu, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. His mental strength was like a huge net instantly released with his body as the center. The deafening roar showed no signs of stopping. When Chiyu's psychic power had just sensed the entity, a huge figure had already appeared in front of them. It was a 5-meter-tall giant. His appearance was almost the same as the other Jilly people, but his body was a few sizes bigger. The two ferocious eyes on his huge head gave off a frightening glow, and a ferocious aura surged out. When the Jilly people who had arrived first saw him, they couldn't help but cheer. Along with a faint stench, they didn't hesitate anymore and rushed towards Chiyu. The 5-meter-tall Jilly people were different from the other Jilly people in the scales on his body. The scales on the normal Jilly people's bodies were actually a mutation of the skin and looked more like the stratum corneum. However, the scales on this Jilly's body gave off a layer of green glow and looked much thicker. At the same time, the ferocious aura on his body was obviously much stronger. Irua said he is the leader of the Jilly people's tribe, Natan. Among the Jilly people there are many small tribes, and each tribe has about 1,000 people. They are controlled by 5 Natan and 1 tribal chief, also known as Nali. Na Tun's abilities are considered very strong among the Jili people and can almost be compared to some low-tiered, ferocious beasts. Some Na Tun and Na Li can even have a huge beast as their companion and are the enemies of the other tribes. The people of the Jili tribe are cruel by nature. Killing and destroying are what they like to do the most. From the day they were born, they never saw themselves as human beings. Humans of other tribes also never saw them as their own kind. That year, Chi Yu appeared in response to the heavenly phenomenon. Under his command, the Jili people almost destroyed the entire human race. Fortunately, Emperor Huang appeared in time and was able to turn the tide. Chi Yu no longer had the time to ask Ruo about the Jili people. Although the Jili people's Na Tun looked extremely ferocious, how could Chi Yu care about it? With a flash, Chi Yu had already floated out and stood about 10 meters away from Na Tun. The other Jili people obviously recognized Chi Yu as the human who had forced them to retreat. A few of them instantly roared loudly and slowly closed in, surrounding Chi Yu in the middle. Na Tun let out a low roar and pointed its huge hand towards Chi Yu. At this moment, Chi Yu realized that these Jili people all had nails that looked like sharp claws on their fingers. Although they weren't very long, the faintly glowing nails were obviously very lethal. Looking at the bodies of these Jili people, which were much taller and more muscular than ordinary humans, it was easy to imagine why they were able to bring disaster to the human race. Hence, more than 10 Jili people pounced towards Chi Yu at the same time. They weren't stupid. As they pounced, they sealed off all of Chi Yu's escape routes. Unfortunately, they didn't understand that Chi Yu wouldn't dodge because there was no need for him to do so. The moment the 9 Li clansmen pounced at him, Chi Yu's mind immediately entered a clear-headed state. Under the scanning of his mental strength, he was able to completely grasp the situation on the battlefield. The movements of the 9 Li clansmen seemed to slow down countless times under the observation of his mental strength as they slowly approached Chi Yu. With a cold snort, Chi Yu's formless spiritual power transformed into 10 shockwaves under his special control and rushed into the brains of the Jili people. The huge bodies that were pouncing towards him instantly stopped. All the Jili people's eyes revealed an intense look of shock. However, their bodies were indeed strong enough. Even though they were shocked, they still continued to pounce towards Chi Yu. Chi Yu's body retreated at lightning speed. Without turning back, his body had already crashed into a Jili people's body like a cannonball. The crisp sound of bones cracking was extremely terrifying in the night. However, that huge body wasn't sent flying. Instead, it slowly fell to the ground. Chi Yu's body became illusory. Among everyone present, only Ruo could barely keep up with his movements. With a flash of light, he had already circled around all the Jili people and returned to his original position. As his body flashed, the sound of bones cracking did not stop. When Chi Yu returned to his original position, Tun's eyes were already wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Chi Yu. His huge body also slowly fell to the ground with a thud. When he fell, it was as if he had pushed down dominoes. The rest of the Jili people also fell to the ground. On the surface, their bodies didn't seem to have any injuries. However, when their huge bodies fell to the ground, large amounts of blood gushed out of their 7 orifices. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to survive under the bombardment of Chi Yu's Kirin thundercloud force. Although Chi Yu had used a concealed force, how could they have withstood it? Compared to the king of beasts that had surrounded and attacked Chi Yu, these Jili people were simply too weak. When the fair-skinned young lady saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her rosy lips with both hands. Her eyes were filled with shock. Previously, she had looked at Chi Yu as if she was looking at a pervert. She was very clear that Chi Yu had killed over 10 Jili people, including Tun, so easily without the help of a huge beast. How powerful must Chi Yu have been to kill over 10 Jili people, including Tun? Furthermore, from the looks of it, Chi Yu didn't seem to have expended much energy. After Chiyu circled around the Jili people, he didn't even look at them. Instead, he slowly walked towards his own people. He knew very well how heavy-handed he had been and didn't even need to look at them. Irua looked at Chiyu and smiled. Your abilities have indeed improved. No wonder you are. She paused and didn't say the words Huang Emperor. Instead, she looked at the young lady in white. Even though the young lady in white was wooden, she could tell that Chiyu was here to save her. Furthermore, the people in front of her were obviously not Jili people. She could easily tell this from their appearances. The panic in her eyes gradually disappeared. She was finally saved. As she relaxed, her body went limp and she actually fell to the ground. Irua hurriedly stretched out her hand and supported the young lady in white's delicate body. She let the young lady slowly sit on the ground and used her own body to channel a wave of energy into the young lady's body to help her calm down her boiling blood. What kind of cultivation did Irua have? With Irua's help, the young lady's breathing gradually calmed down. Her pale face also had a rosy glow. She looked at Irua and then looked at Chiyu, who was standing at the side. She said in a low voice, "Thank you. Are you from the Tu clan?" Her Tu clan language sounded a little awkward. It was like the Mandarin spoken by a foreigner in the modern world. It was more or less a homophone. Irua nodded and smiled. That's right. We are from the Tu clan. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be from the Bai clan. Only ladies from the Bai clan and the Yu clan can have skin like yours. Furthermore, this place is very far from the Yu clan's territory. However, it is a place where the Bai clan appears. Hence, I think my guess should be right. The young lady in white nodded and said, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." As she spoke, she could not help but glance at Chiyu beside her. She immediately recalled the awkward scene when she had met Chiyu earlier, and her face flushed red as she lowered her head. However, the ladies of this era were clearly very generous. Although she had lowered her head, she still sneaked a few glances at Chiyu. Her eyes contained some moving flirtatiousness, and there was a certain charm to it. In terms of looks, although this young lady in white couldn't be compared to Wenting, she could already be compared to the Snow Girl. Furthermore, her supple and delicate body was also very attractive. Amidst her beauty, there was a little bit of wildness. Irua said, "Miss, why are there Jili people chasing after you? If I remember correctly, this place should not be far from the largest tribe of the Bai clan. I don't dare to believe that the Jili people actually dare to roam around here. Could it be that they are here to commit suicide?" When the young lady heard Irua's words, her eyes turned red. Suddenly, she struggled out of Irua's embrace and stood up again. She walked in front of Chiyu and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She stared at Chiyu with a burning gaze. Chiyu couldn't help but feel a little scared when she looked at him like that. He thought that this young lady wanted to seek justice from him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the young lady in white say, "Hero of the Tu clan, I beg you, please help my people. As long as you are willing to help my people get rid of their suffering, I am willing to give everything I have to you. I beg you." As she spoke, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and slowly bowed down. Chiyu was shocked. Give her body to him? Did such a thing happen during the ancient beast era? As he looked at the young lady, he didn't know what to do. Irua saw the importance of this matter and hurriedly went forward to help the young lady up. She asked anxiously, "What exactly happened? Could it be? Could it be?" The young lady nodded her head vigorously and said mournfully, "Yes, the Jili people suddenly launched a ferocious and frenzied attack on our tribe. Our people couldn't hold on for much longer. I ran out halfway and wanted to seek help from the other tribes. If I hadn't met you, I would have been killed by the Jili people." Irua's expression darkened and her eyes revealed a contemplative look. She muttered to herself, "That's impossible. Even if the Jili people left the savage lands to attack the other tribes, they shouldn't have chosen the largest tribe of the Bai clan. Here, there is the protection of the green dragon, Golden and I. Could it be that they aren't afraid of death?" "Young lady, Tell us more clearly and tell us everything you know. We will definitely help you. The young lady said, just this morning, we were originally living happily as usual. However, suddenly a large number of Julie people charged towards our tribe without any warning. We couldn't even count how many of them there were. Our warriors immediately started to defend against their attack under the leadership of the high priest. Initially, we thought that the Julie people were here to throw their lives away. After all, our tribe had the high priest overseeing things, and we weren't afraid of them at all. However, who knew that a few giant beasts would suddenly appear and attack the high priest? They even lured the high priest into the sky. At that moment, the high priest could no longer care about our tribesmen and was firmly entangled by those beasts. Meanwhile, the Julie people surged towards us like a tidal wave. Their numbers kept increasing, and their combat power was simply too strong. Even our tribesmen who had beasts as their companions couldn't withstand their momentum. Chiyu said, "Mother, this doesn't seem right. The Julie people dared to directly attack the largest tribe of the Bai clan. Aren't they afraid that the other human races would unite to deal with them? Could it be that they have another god fiend like Chiyu? To directly attack the largest tribe of the Bai clan and a place that was guarded by Senior Jean and I, the Green Dragon, it was obvious that this was premeditated." Irua's eyes flashed as she made a prompt decision and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's go and save the Bai clan from this crisis first. Young lady, what's your name?" "I am the high priest of the Earth clan, Irua. Now, my tribesmen and I are willing to help you. Can you lead the way?" When the young lady heard that Irua was the high priest of the Earth clan and that Chiyu had previously displayed his valiant abilities, she was instantly elated. She hurriedly said, "My name is Bai Ning." "Thank you, great high priest of the Earth clan. Let's go now." As she spoke, she turned around and was about to run back the way she came. She didn't seem to care about her physical exhaustion at all. Irua smiled faintly as she stretched out her hand and grabbed the air. A faint yellow radiance surrounded Bai Ning's body and pulled her back. "Silly child, how long does it take to run on foot? Let's just fly over." As she spoke, she gave Chiyu a look and flew up with Bai Ning. Chiyu hurriedly went forward and held onto Wenting's waist as he floated up behind Irua. Snow Girl followed behind him as the five of them flew into the dark night sky. Wenting forcefully pinched Chiyu's waist and said with an ugly expression, "What did you do just now?" Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "I'm innocent. My dear wife, I didn't do anything. Can't you see that it was all a coincidence? Women in this era don't wear underwear. She wanted to throw me down, so that's why. You can't blame me." When Ting said impatiently, "Can't blame you?" You hugged onto her and didn't even let go. Furthermore, when you saw her just now, it was as if your soul was hooked away. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? Let go of me. You're not allowed to hug me. Chiyu looked at Wen Ting in shock and said, "If you didn't let me hug you, wouldn't you have fallen down?" Wen Ting blushed as she realized that the two of them were still in midair. She simply turned her head away and ignored Chiyu. Chiyu felt wronged in his heart. However, when he recalled the scene with Bai Ning just now, the reaction of his lower body had not calmed down yet. After all, under the grinding of Bai Ning's soft and supple body, the physiological desire that he had not vented for a long time was aroused now. Under Bai Ning's guidance, very soon, Chiyu and the rest saw a large area of fire not far away. Battle cries could be heard continuously from below. Many places below were already in a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Chiyu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why do you have to set fire to kill? This is too immoral. Snow Girl, it's all up to you now, my dear." Snow Girl smiled and said, "All right." Among the group, she was obviously the weakest. How could she let go of such a rare opportunity to perform? A faint blue light began to revolve around her slender body. Under Irua and Bai Ning's astonished gazes, her slender body flew higher and higher into the sky. Meanwhile, the blue light on her body became more and more condensed. One could clearly see that her long hair had already turned into an icy blue, while her eyes had become as pure as snow. Irua's gaze moved slightly. She had already seen a few strong practitioners fighting in the sky not far away. The one in the middle was the Azure Dragon Genie. The Azure Dragon Genie looked extremely disheveled. His body, which was 100 meters long, was already riddled with injuries from the attacks of 4 huge beasts. Although his entire body was constantly releasing a large amount of blue light and brought about a tornado, he still couldn't completely defend against the enemy's attacks. Furthermore, the attacks of the 4 beasts were extremely ferocious. It was obvious that they wouldn't stop until they destroyed him. Irua looked at Chiyu and said, "Chiyu, I'll go and help the Azure Dragon Genie to defend against the strong enemies. I'll leave the Julie people to you and Wenting. Come, I'll put Miss Bai Ning down." As she spoke, Irua appeared beside Chiyu in a flash. She had already stuffed Bai Ning into his arms. Her figure flashed, and with the surging and tyrannical aura of Kirin, she pounced towards the 4 beasts that were attacking the Azure Dragon Genie. The warm fragrance of a soft jade entered his arms again. This time, Bai Ning wasn't as fiery as before. Instead, she seemed a little frightened. She hugged onto Qi Yu's waist tightly, as if she was afraid that he would leave her behind. That soft and supple body once again rubbed against Qi Yu's body. This caused the desire that he had just felt to subside, to rise again. There were 2 beauties beside him, but he couldn't touch them. Qi Yu was very depressed. However, at this point in time, he couldn't care too much about his personal problems. This time he learned his lesson and hurriedly passed Bai Ning's delicate body to Wenting. Then he descended to the ground. From the sky, it could be clearly seen that a large number of Bai tribesmen were resisting the attacks of the Julie people with all their might. However, their strength was incomparable to the strength of the Julie people. If it wasn't for the fact that a few Bai tribesmen who had huge beasts as their companions were fighting with all their might, their entire tribe would have been annihilated. Corpses could be seen everywhere. Some of them belonged to the Julie people, but most of them belonged to the Bai tribesmen. The stench of blood filled the air, and the battlefield was filled with a cruel and murderous aura. It wasn't that Chiyu had never killed before, but it was his first time witnessing such a large-scale massacre. Coincidentally, at this moment, he saw a burly Julie people lifting an old Bai tribesman into the air. The burly man's arms parted, and the old man's body was instantly torn into 2. When Chi saw this, the rage in his heart exploded. He instructed Wenting to look after Bai Ning while he dashed out. Black and white rays of light erupted from Chi Yu's body at the same time. The deep-sea nether snake and the white snake were released from his body. At the same time, he had completed the first stage of the Kirin transformation. At this moment, his body had once again dashed into the air. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he swept his gaze across the huge battlefield. Kirin 100, Thunderbolt. Without hesitation, Chiyu used the fastest and most overbearing Kirin ability. There were no dark clouds. After reaching the level of 6 clouds, he no longer needed to summon astronomical phenomena to activate the power of thunder and lightning. His own body was the source of all thunder and lightning. The black scales on his body had completely turned purple, and even every part of his body was dyed with a domineering purple light. Countless rays of thunder and lightning dyed the dark night sky purple. Thunderbolts as thick as an arm surged down from the center of the attacks, from the Bai tribesmen and the Jili people, like a huge broom. At this moment, Chiyu deeply understood Emperor Huang's feelings back then. Yes, in the face of such ferocious Jili people, they had no other choice but to kill. Amidst the violent roars of thunder and lightning, the places where the Jili people were fighting against the Bai tribesmen were immediately turned into charcoal under the bombardment of the thunder and lightning. The surging rays of thunder and lightning drifted down and rose. Floating in midair, Chi Yu was like a god of thunder as he continuously attacked with awe-inspiring might. Under the control of his enormous mental strength, Each bolt of thunder and lightning accurately struck a body of a Jili people. This was a direct massacre, a counterattack against the ferocious Jili people. The speed of the thunder and lightning was extremely fast. The instant the sky lit up, a large number of the Jili people at the forefront of the battlefield had already collapsed. This sudden change caused the pressure on the Bai tribesmen to lessen. On the other hand, the ferocious Jili people were stunned by this sudden change. Although the Jili people were incomparably ferocious, they did not dare to fight against the heavens. When they saw the rows of thunder and lightning rapidly moving towards their main force, these ferocious Jili people stopped in their tracks. However, what surprised Chiyu was that even though these Jili people had stopped in their tracks, none of them retreated. This situation caused Chiyu to sigh inwardly. These were all men of sacrifice. Even the dark creatures of the Covenant of Darkness were not as indifferent to death as these Jili people. 7 or 8 unusually strong Jili people walked out of the path that the other Jili warriors had opened up. Their bodies were even more majestic than Tun that Chiyu had seen. On their right shoulders, there was a small portion of scales that were golden in color. Under the illumination of the thunder and lightning that Chiyu was emitting, these scales appeared exceptionally obvious. Behind these 7 or 8 strong Jili people were ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes. Some of them were huge, while others were filled with a ferocious aura. At this moment, all of their gazes landed on Chiyu, who was hovering in the air. Thinking back to what Irua had said, Chiyu knew that these strong Jili people were probably the chiefs of the Jili tribes that Irua had mentioned. Only they could have such a strong aura and ferocious beast companions. The leader of the Jili people roared and said something that Chiyu did not understand. He pointed at Chiyu, who was continuously launching Kirin's 100 thunder strikes. Immediately, ferocious beasts separated from the rest of the Jili people and pounced towards the sky. They were all ferocious beasts that could fly. The 7 or 8 Jili people did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, they led the Jili people and charged towards the Bai tribe with the remaining ferocious beasts opening the way. At this moment, there were only a few thousand warriors in the Bai tribe who could resist the attacks of the Jili people. Although the Jili people did not outnumber them by much, it was easy to see from the previous battle that each of these Jili people could fight against 10 people. Furthermore, they had the support of their ferocious beasts. If they really charged into the midst of the Bai tribe would probably be destroyed. Behind these Bai tribe warriors were the old, the young, the women, and the children of the Bai tribe. None of the Bai tribe warriors retreated in the face of the attack of the Jili people. It was not because they had the ferocious spirit of the Jili people, but because they knew the style of the Jili people. If these Jili people broke through their line of defense, their wives, elderly parents, and young children would not have any chance of survival. Even the most cowardly person would not retreat at this moment for the sake of his loved ones. The eyes of the Bai tribe people were red. At this moment, every warrior was filled with a strong desire to fight. Even if there was only one person left, they would not retreat. At this moment, the temperature of the air, which had become scorching hot due to the burning of the surrounding houses, suddenly dropped a few degrees. In the air, sporadic snowflakes gradually drifted down, and in the dark sky, circles of blue ripples appeared. The snowflakes gradually became bigger. Large patches of snow fell from the sky. Although it still could not affect the fire in the tribe, at least it was not as hot as before. As the snowflakes fell, the sky gradually became covered with powdery rain. The fire that was burning below was finally under control. The ability of the snow girl was starting to show its effect. There were a total of 4 ferocious beasts flying towards Chiyu. During the time he spent with Irua, Chiyu often heard her talk about ferocious beasts. Irua had also briefly described the appearance of various ferocious beasts to Chiyu. Among the ferocious beasts that were flying towards him, there were 2 birds. The one flying at the front was a big bird with green feathers and a red tail. The bird was about 5 meters long and its wingspan was not big. However, it was flying very fast. Its wings carried a fierce wind. Chi-Yu recognized that this was the Mewming bird. It was an extremely ferocious bird. However, among the ferocious beasts, it was only a low-level ferocious beast. Its flying speed was just passable. Following beside the Mewming bird was a strange bird. It had 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 feet, 4 wings, and its body was twice the size of the Mewming bird. Although its flying speed was not as fast as the Mewming bird, with every flap of its 4 wings, Chi-Yu could feel a strong energy fluctuation. Chi-Yu remembered the introduction of this bird very well. This bird was called a biff. It was a middle-level, ferocious beast. Although it was not very strong, it had a very annoying ability, which was to make its opponents fall asleep. Chapter 142. The 4 beasts quickly approached Chi-Yu. They seemed to be very coordinated. When they were about 200 meters away from Chi-Yu, Mewming bird and Bai Fu, who were flying at the front, looked to the sides. Wen Lin, who was at the back, suddenly summoned a gust of wind and pushed Chi's huge body towards Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu then remembered that, compared to its wind ability, Chi was better at physical attacks. If Chi, who weighed thousands of kilograms, were to collide with him, it would definitely be very powerful. Seeing that the 4 beasts were about to charge at him, Chi-Yu did not panic at all. At the same time, he did not let his guard down. He knew very well what he wanted to do. These 4 beasts were not his real targets, because they could not pose a real threat to him. His goal this time was to save the people of the White Tribe. Therefore, even though Mewming bird and Wen Lin both unleashed a large number of wind blades to restrict his movement space, Biff emitted a pale red halo to envelop him. Under the attack of the 4 beasts, Chi-Yu did not have any intention of dodging. His originally purple body instantly became crystal red. His eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Fiery hell!" A red light fell down like a ribbon. The place where it landed was right in front of the Jili people's charge. The savage Jili people were about to reach the White Tribe's camp. Suddenly, a wall of fire more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of them. The Jili people's charge was very fierce. At this moment, they did not even have time to restrain their charge. The few beasts at the front and a large number of Jili people directly rushed into the wall of fire. If it was just ordinary fire, the Jili people would not care at all. They were very resistant to fire. Unfortunately, what appeared in front of them was not ordinary fire. It was Kirin's true fire that even water could not extinguish. It was extremely hot. The fiery hell formed by Kirin's true fire could not compare to 100 lightning strikes in terms of attack speed, but in terms of attack power it was superior. The appearance of the wall of fire immediately caused a large number of screams. However, the wall of fire did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, it spread rapidly towards the Jili camp like a raging inferno. While Chi-Yu was activating flaming hell, the 4 beasts were already in front of him. In the face of their attacks, Chi-Yu already had his own plans. Fierce beasts of this level were not worthy of his attention. Just as he was about to use the Jade Pearl Domain technique to instantly change the direction of their attacks and then destroy them in his own domain, something strange suddenly happened. Chi-Yu felt a sharp energy vibrate in his mind. Immediately after, a golden light shot out from between his eyebrows. The golden light flashed and instantly expanded into a flat surface, just in time to face the attacks of the 4 beasts. Let alone the 4 beasts, even Chi-Yu did not have time to react. A strong rebounding force had already swept the 4 beasts away. The golden light shone like the sun in the sky. The 2-meter-long giant sword hung in front of Chi-Yu out of thin air. The domineering aura of a king instantly shocked everyone. The voice of Xuan Yuan's soul rang in Chi-Yu's mind. I haven't exercised in a long time. Coincidentally, I met the Jili people and these little beasts. Let me have a taste of the blood of these stubborn beasts. Although his voice was still clear, there was a hint of excitement in it this time. The Xuan Yuan's sword wanted to show its might. Naturally, Qi Yu would not stop it. Just when he thought that the Xuanyuan's sword had truly acknowledged him and could be controlled by him, the 2-meter-long golden sword in front of him moved on its own. Amidst the loud buzzing sound, the sound waves dispersed into the surroundings. The golden radiance dimmed for a moment before the 2-meter-long sword emerged from its shell. In that instant, the world changed color and the bright moon and stars in the sky dimmed. Qi Yu could clearly feel the mountains, rivers, stars, sun, and moon engraved on the body of the sword. In the next moment, the Xuanyuan's sword moved on its own. With a tail of flame that was more than 30 meters long, the giant sword had already swept out. At this moment, the 4 beasts that had attacked Qi Yu were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Low-level beasts like them naturally could not recognize the Xuanyuan's sword. However, the Xuanyuan's sword had left a deep impression in the hearts of the Zhuli people. When the Xuanyuan's sword appeared, it immediately shocked everyone. Even the Zhuli people who were struggling in the fiery hell quietened down. Their ferocious faces were now filled with twisted fear. So many years had passed. Just when they thought that the Zhuli people would be able to reinvigorate themselves, the terrifying Xuanyuan's divine sword appeared again. The giant sword moved slightly. It brushed past the 4 beasts and headed towards the Zhuli people below. Qi Yu had just come to his senses. He saw that the sky was raining down. The 4 beasts that had attacked him earlier had actually turned into a rain of blood after the Xuanyuan's sword charged and turned. Not much was left of them. However, the golden light of the Xuanyuan's sword still shone brightly. Like harvesting wheat, it directly entered the camp of the Zhuli people. How long did it take to kill 1 person? The Xuanyuan's sword gave the answer. It only took an instant. It would not be as simple as killing 1 person. With a flash of golden light, hundreds of Zhuli people immediately lost their upper bodies. The golden light flashed again, including Qi Yu's blazing hell. All the Zhuli people in front of the Xuanyuan's sword fell silent. This was because they could clearly see that their bodies were gradually being separated from their companions. It was the separation of the upper body from the lower body. There was no sound at all. The golden light had already turned into a shocking rainbow. Countless sword qi shot into the sky. The Xuanyuan's divine sword exploded with thousands of golden lights. As the light exploded, it was like a great purge. It sucked in the bodies that had been torn in half. Qi Yu finally understood what a meat grinder was. The brilliant golden light below turned into a golden red light in an instant. Not even a broken limb was left, let alone a corpse. Wherever the golden sword light went, the people of the Zhuli tribe completely disappeared from the world. Silence. Absolute silence. Amidst the silence, the first to react were the few ferocious beasts that could not withstand the combined attacks of the Azure Dragon, Jinanai, and Inua. They did not even have the time to think for a second. They immediately fled at the fastest speed they had ever had in their lives. At this moment, Inua and Jinanai were completely stunned. They had even given up such a good opportunity to chase after them so easily. The golden light faded, and the Xuanyuan's sword shot up into the sky. Just as Qi Yu thought that it was going to chase after the few ferocious beasts, the tip of the Xuanyuan's sword had already descended. With a clanging sound, the sword and scabbard became one and returned to Qi Yu. It had only been 10 seconds. From the moment the Xuanyuan's sword appeared to the moment it returned to its scabbard, only 10 seconds had passed. In these short 10 seconds, it had already taken away thousands of lives. Although those were the Zhuli people, they were indeed lives. Qi Yu looked at the huge sword in front of him in a daze. The power of the divine weapon was so strong. At the same time, was this still the Xuanyuan's divine sword that Emperor Huang had mentioned, which represented courage, wisdom, and benevolence? Why did it look more like a killing sword to him? The voice of the Xuanyuan's soul sounded in Qi Yu's mind. "Take me back, my master. You don't have to think too much. I will definitely not show mercy to creatures with evil auras. Don't you understand this principle? Killing a Jilly person is equivalent to saving dozens of ordinary humans. Qi Yu waved his right hand. Under the guidance of his own thundercloud force, the Xuanyuan's sword returned to his body from between his brows. At this moment, he was a little dazed and could no longer care about the changes in his surroundings. He asked the Xuanyuan's sword anxiously, "You attacked on your own just now. Does this mean that I can also use this power in the future?" The Xuanyuan's soul snorted and said, "Of course not. I have just been reborn and need to be baptized with the blood of evil before I can attack on my own. If you want to use my power, you have to rely on your own energy. However, the current you is still far from being able to do so. Work hard on your own. But I saw that you were quite energetic in killing just now. Most of my enemies in the future are cruel people anyway. Why don't we discuss this? In the future, when I invite you out in John City, you can use your power on your own. Not only will you save the Thundercloud Force, but you will also be able to kill at the same time. How great is that?" Qi Yu said, unwilling to give up. The Xuanyuan's soul snorted and said, "As the sword soul of the Xianyuan sword, it's true that I have energy. However, my energy is not innate, nor is it acquired through cultivation. It is injected into me by the owner of the Xianyuan sword. Every time I use it, my energy will weaken. I can't help you at will. Do you want to reap without sowing? Now I really wonder if choosing you as the owner of the Xianyuan sword was the right choice." Qi Yu said unhappily, "Do you think I want you to choose me? Damn, you're too stupid. In the end, you only act when you're happy. Normally, even if I die, you don't care, right?" The Xuanyuan's soul said bluntly, "Yes, that's right. If you die, then so be it. In any case, when you die, I and the Xianyuan sword will return to Xuanyuan's grave and wait for the next owner. With your current strength, even if you go all out, you can only use half of the first sword of the Xianyuan 8 swords at most. You're still far from it." Qi Yu said angrily, "Am I your master, or are you my master?" The Xuanyuan's soul snorted. "Although you're my master, you're still too weak. You can't earn my respect. Moreover, don't forget that you're an anomaly to the Xianyuan sword. You shouldn't have been the owner of the Xianyuan sword in the first place. Right now, it's impossible for me to help you willingly. Only by using your own strength to activate the Xianyuan sword will you be able to use a bit of my power. Do as you see fit. If you want to control me better, you'll have to train hard. However, according to my estimates, although you have the Kirin bloodline, you're still an Inkirin. I'm afraid that when you reach the 9th cloud level, you'll only be able to use the first 3 swords of the Xianyuan 8 swords." Hearing the Xianyuan sword's words, Qi Yu calmed down. "Then if I want to use the power of the Xianyuan sword, is there a shortcut? For example, I can pour more energy into you, and when I need it, you can release your energy to help me?" The Xuanyuan's soul said disdainfully, "What do you take me for? Is that your energy storage device? I'm the soul of the Xianyuan sword. If you want to pour energy into me, you can only do it when you're using the Xianyuan sword. Normally, it's impossible. There's a shortcut. With your current strength, if you want to use the Xianyuan sword, it's very simple." Qi Yu's eyes lit up. "That's easy. What's the shortcut?" The Xuanyuan's soul chuckled. "Do you still need to ask me? What's the strongest characteristic of the Kirin sword and its ability to deter opponents? As long as you use the ultimate Kirin arm to propel it, I estimate that with your current strength, you can use at least 3 swords in a row. It's equivalent to you increasing the power of the ultimate Kirin arm by a lot. If you can reach the peak of Inkirin and use the ultimate Kirin arm, you might be able to use the 6th sword of the Xianyuan sword. Of course, this is only my speculation. Whether or not you can use it depends on whether your energy can reach the corresponding level." Only then did Qi Yu realize that he had been tricked. Using the ultimate Kirin arm was no different from suicide. He immediately said angrily, "No matter what, I'm still your master. Is this how you made things difficult for Huang Emperor? The Xuanyuan sword chuckled. No, of course not. However, you have to know that one of them sacrificed his soul to the Xuanyuan sword. After his death, his soul will forever be the sword's soul, somewhat similar to mine. However, he could only guard Xuanyuan's tomb forever. With this kind of price, he could use the first sword of the Xuanyuan 8 swords at will. Of course, he could only use all his energy 3 times in the sky, and when he used all his energy, he could only use the third sword once. Qi Yu was dumbfounded. You're saying that Huang Emperor only used the first 2 swords of the Xuanyuan sword to complete such a great feat and kill Qi? The Xuanyuan soul said proudly, What do you think the Xuanyuan sword is? The Xuanyuan sword is a divine weapon left behind by the gods in the human world. Not to mention this world. Even in front of the gods, the Xuanyuan sword is one of the most powerful divine weapons. If you want to use the full power of the Xuanyuan sword, only the gods can do it. The first sword of the Xuanyuan sword can even destroy this world. Do you think it is so easy to use? The voice of the Xuanyuan soul disappeared, and Qi Yu woke up from his conversation with it. When he came back to his senses, he heard a wave of cheers. Greetings, Your Majesty Huang Emperor. Qi Yu was shocked. He realized that Yi Ruo, Wen Ting, Snow Girl, and a middle-aged man had surrounded him. The cheers came from below. All the people of the Bai clan were kneeling in their territory and cheering excitedly at him. The cheers sounded so real. The fire in the tribe had been completely extinguished by the rain that Snow Girl had changed the weather. At this moment, although the tribe was in a mess, every person of the Bai clan had an excited smile on their face. They were kneeling on the ground respectfully, and many of them were crying and worshipping him. Qi Yu! Yi Ruo's voice woke Qi Yu up from his shock. Mom, what's going on? Qi Yu asked. Yi Ruo smiled and said, You have become the hero who saved them. They are thanking you. Qi Yu said, But they are cheering the name of Huang Emperor. Yi Ruo shook her head helplessly and said, Silly child, you are now the owner of the Xuanyuan sword. You used the Xuanyuan sword to resolve their crisis. At this moment, in the eyes of these people of the Bai clan, you are the new Huang Emperor. You are the Huang Emperor in their eyes. Qi Yu looked at everything in front of him in a daze. With the power of the Xuanyuan sword, he had become the new Huang Emperor. Everything seemed to be beyond his imagination and control. What should he do? The middle-aged man beside Yi Ruo looked at Qi Yu passionately and said, This is great. Yi Ruo and the rest's efforts were not in vain. The Xuanyuan sword has finally been unearthed. Hello, my child. I am Green Dragon Jinanai. Qi Yu hurriedly bowed to Green Dragon Jinanai and said, The Bai clan has suffered such a huge blow. You are the grand priest here. Shouldn't you force your people to clean up the mess first? We should leave too. Green Dragon Jean and I grabbed Qi Yu's hand and said anxiously, No, you cannot leave. At least not now. Why? Green Dragon Jean and I said, In the eyes of the Bai clan, you have already become their hero. If you leave now, the hope that they have just reignited will be extinguished. I know that you must have something to do. However, could you please stay here for 2 days before leaving? Now, you are the only spiritual support of the Bai clan. As long as you are here, the Bai clan will not fear the Woolly tribe. Stay, even if it is only for 2 days. Looking at Green Dragon Genie's ardent gaze, Qi Yu couldn't help but hesitate. Facing the worship of so many Bai clan members below, he was really not used to it. He really wanted to leave, but Green Dragon Jean and I was so earnest. Looking at the ardent and longing gazes of the Bai clan members below, should he leave? Yi Ruo moved closer to Qi Yu and said softly, Just stay for 2 days. I didn't expect you to use the power of the Xuanyuan sword. The Bai clan members have just turned from fear to joy. At this time, don't let them be agitated again. 2 days later, when their emotions have calmed down, we will leave immediately. Is that all right? Looking at Yi Ruo's pleading gaze, Chiyu couldn't say anything else. He nodded and said to Green Dragon Jean and I, "Senior, I don't want to be disturbed. Can you give us a quiet room?" Green Dragon Jean and I was overjoyed and said loudly, "People of the Bai clan, our great Huang Emperor has agreed to stay here temporarily to protect his people. Let us cheer for him." Looking at the Bai clan members cheering excitedly, Chiyu couldn't help but curse the Xianyuan sword in his heart. If it hadn't come out to show off, there wouldn't have been such a huge commotion. With his own strength, he would be able to deal with those beasts and the other Jilly people. Helplessly shaking his head, he followed Green Dragon Jean and I and descended into the Bai clan's territory. Amidst the cheers of the Bai clan, Chiyu and the other three were brought by Green Dragon Jean and I to a wooden house in the tribe that was still in good condition. He instructed the Bai clan warriors to surround the wooden house to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Once Green Dragon Jean and I entered the room, Irua asked impatiently, "What is going on? Why did the Jilly people suddenly attack the Bai clan? Furthermore, they attacked so ferociously. It was obvious that they had planned for the beasts to hold you back." Jean Ni's expression darkened as he said, "I am not sure either. There were no signs of their attack at all. There are many Bai clan members living on this plain. Logically, I should have received news of such a huge commotion from the Jilly people. However, there were no signs of it at all. Perhaps the Jilly people have already invaded in large numbers." Hearing Jean Ni's words, Irua instantly thought of a possibility. Her expression changed slightly as she said, "Could it be that they carried out the Great Purge back then? Everywhere they went, they left nothing behind. Is that why you didn't receive any news?" Green Dragon Jean and I smiled bitterly and said, "From the looks of it now, this possibility is very high. Just now, I have already sent people to the other tribes to investigate. Before long, there will be news. Irua, what I am most afraid of now is that the Jilly people have the support of beasts. If that is the case, I am afraid it will be very difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, the Xianyuan sword has reappeared. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Irua looked at Chiyu and saw that Chiyu frowned slightly. However, there was no change in his expression. "How about this, Jean and I? Now that such a situation has occurred, it will be a huge threat to the human race. Immediately send people to the other two race, you race and fire race, to inform them. They must be careful of the situation. If the Jilly people really want to attack the human race again, we might have to work together again. This time we will go to the mythological Beast King and inform him of the situation." Green Dragon Jean and I nodded his head and looked at Chiyu. He said, "Irua, when did the Kirin race produce such a young hero? Aren't you going to introduce him to me?" Irua looked at Green Dragon Jean and I, and then looked at Chiyu. She couldn't help but hesitate. Without Chiyu's permission, she didn't know if she should tell him the truth, even though she and Chiyu already had a secret plan. But if the other mythological beasts knew that Chiyu wanted to leave this era after obtaining the Xianyuan sword, the other mythological beasts would probably find it hard to accept. Chiyu naturally understood the meaning behind Irua's gaze. He indeed didn't want more people to know about his origins. He smiled and said, "Senior Green Dragon, actually I am not the real Kirin. Perhaps I am just lucky. My father is a Kirin and my mother is a human. However, I have inherited more of the Kirin bloodline. Hence, you must not treat me as a humanoid Kirin. Compared to the powerful mythological beasts, my abilities are still far inferior." Green Dragon Jean and I looked at Chiyu in shock and said, "What? Kirin can also mate with a human? However, is Qilint's ability something that humans can withstand?" Irua blushed and glared at Green Dragon fiercely. Chiyu continued, "Of course not. However, if there are 4 of them, it won't be a problem. I am the lucky one who can mate with a human, Kirin." No wonder. Green Dragon muttered, "No wonder you can obtain the recognition of the Xianyuan sword. In my memory, the Xianyuan sword can only be used by humans. This is also the key to balance the powers of the divine weapons. Originally, You actually have the bloodline of a human. This explanation makes sense. However, since you have the bloodline of a human, when you used your abilities just now, I clearly saw that you seemed to be Ink Kirin. Furthermore, you are the Ink Kirin with the dual attributes of thunder and fire. You have to know that even our mythological Beast King doesn't have dual attributes. Irua giggled and said, Dual attributes? Then you have underestimated him. He is a quadruple attribute Ink Kirin. You can say that he is a full attribute Kirin. Green Dragon Genie's eyes widened. His dragon eyes were not small to begin with. At this moment, when he widened his eyes, it seemed as though they were about to pop out. The combination of human ash and Kirin can actually give birth to a quadruple attribute Kirin. Heavens! Could it be that the heavens are helping us mythological beasts? This is great. This is really great. However, how much of Kirin's bloodline do you have? Hearing this question, Chiyu did not know how to answer. Irua, who was at the side, said, It can be said that he has the complete bloodline of Kirin. His Kirin ability has already reached the level of 6 clouds. I reckon that in another 100 years or so, he will be able to reach the peak of Kirin's abilities. The 4 auspicious clouds will definitely make him an unprecedented expert in the history of Kirin. Green Dragon Jean and I took a deep breath. The joy in his eyes could not be concealed. All these years, our mythological Beast King has not made any movements. Originally, a genius Kirin like you was born. It seems that a powerful mythological beast that can contend against the mythological Beast King has finally appeared. This is simply too wonderful. With the Xianyuan sword, the 4 auspicious clouds in Kirin, you will definitely become the nightmare of the mythological beasts. Chiyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Ever since he came to this era, it seemed that no matter who it was, everyone would think highly of themselves. However, did they know about the problem with his body? If it was possible, he would not even want to stay in this era for 100 minutes, let alone 100 years. However, seeing Green Dragon Genie's hopeful eyes, he could not say anything more. He only said calmly, You have overestimated me. Actually, I am still unable to control the Xianyuan sword. Previously, its sword soul detected the aura of the Li tribe and launched an attack on its own. Green Dragon Jean and I did not seem to hear Chiyu's words. He flew to the side and said to Irua, Are you only going to stay here for 2 days? Irua, you should know that if the owner of the Xianyuan sword is allowed to make a rallying cry, it must be able to unite the various races and greatly increase their battle power. The bet of the Xianyuan sword is a belief that we will definitely win. Without waiting for Irua to reply, Chiyu interrupted and said, I'm sorry, Senior Green Dragon. We still have something important to do. Staying here for 2 days is already the limit. I'm really sorry. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jean and I swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue and said, Come in. The door opened, and a young lady in white walked in with a tray. The tray was filled with all kinds of fruits. Just looking at them made one salivate. There were even some dewdrops on them. It was obvious that they had been plucked not long ago. The young lady who brought the fruits in was none other than Bai Ning, whom Chiyu and the rest had saved. Bai Ning placed the fruits on the simple and crude table. From the moment she entered, her big eyes had not left Chiyu's body. Her eyes were blurry and filled with many complicated emotions. It was as if she wanted to eat Chiyu up. Even Chiyu, who had always liked beautiful women, could not help but feel a little uneasy. He definitely liked beautiful women, but when Ting was by his side now, he did not want to hear the roar of a lion. Green Dragon smiled slightly and said, Bai Ning, why did you bring the fruits here, personally? Come, let me introduce you. This is Lady Bai Ning, the daughter of the White Clan leader. She is also the most beautiful woman in the White Clan. As he spoke, he glanced at Chiyu intentionally and revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Chiyu said, subconsciously, Lady Bai is indeed the most beautiful woman in the White Clan. Your skin is really good. I think you should be called Fair and Tender Ning." Bai Ning was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chiyu with a gaze that was originally filled with curiosity, but it turned into a faint shyness. "Thank you, Emperor Huang, for giving me this name. In that case, I shall be called Fair and Tender Ning from now on." Chapter 143. Bai Ning smiled and said, "The Huang Emperor's words are like gold and jade. It is my honor to be given a name by you." She hadn't expected that the young man she had slapped would be the successor of the Huang Emperor. When Qi Yu had been slaughtering the Jili people in midair, she had been watching carefully from below. When Qi Yu had displayed his might, his heroic appearance had been deeply imprinted in her mind. During the primordial beast era, young girls like Bai Ning were very simple-minded. Deep in their hearts, they had a very special feeling for heroes. The reason why young human warriors worked so hard to practice their fighting skills and even took the risk to subdue giant beasts was because once they achieved good results in the four-clan hero assembly, they would immediately become the darling of beautiful women when they returned to their clans. After Qi Yu had used the Xianyuan sword, his status had become completely transcendent. When Bai Ning saw him again, her mood was naturally very different. Although Qi Yu's appearance was not outstanding, in her eyes, he had become the greatest hero of the human race. "Miss Bai Ning, please don't change your name. I was just saying it casually. Besides, I'm not the Huang Emperor. My name is Qi Yu. You can just call me by my name." If Bai Ning really changed her name to Bai Ning, wouldn't that be too ridiculous? Although Bai Ning's skin was extremely delicate, Qi Yu didn't want such a beautiful girl to change her name in such an awkward manner. Bai Ning looked at Qi Yu's anxious expression and couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't want to change it, then don't. I'll listen to you." At this moment, even Qi Yu, who had his back to Wenting, could feel the unfriendly gaze behind him. However, Bai Ning seemed to feel nothing. She looked deeply at Qi Yu before leaving the room. Azure Dragon laughed and said, "Why, Qi Yu, what do you think of the Bai clan's #1 beauty?" Qi Yu was afraid that Wenting would misunderstand again, so he hurriedly said, "She's very beautiful. No wonder she's the #1 beauty of the Bai clan. She should be married, right?" Azure Dragon shook his head. "Of course not. Bai Ning should be married at her age. However, she has always hoped to marry a hero. Qi Yu, I heard you say that you are the descendant of Kirin and a human, so I immediately had an idea. I know that you are in a hurry to leave, so I can't stop you." Qi Yu was overjoyed. "As long as you don't force me to stay, there will be no problem." He immediately nodded and said, "Senior Azure Dragon, please speak." Azure Dragon Jean and I smiled and said, "It's like this. I heard you say that 4 humans can have sex with Kirin without being hurt. In that case, you also have Kirin's bloodline, and you are the most outstanding Ink Kirin. Do you think you can leave a seed for the Bai clan? If you agree, I promise I can persuade Bai Ning, and then choose the other 3 most beautiful girls from the Bai clan to mate with you. I hope that another Kirin will be born. This will also leave some hope for the Bai clan." Azure Dragon Jean and I spoke very naturally, and Irua was not too surprised. However, what he said shocked Qi Yu, Wenting, and Snowgirl. "What? Senior Azure Dragon, I didn't hear you wrong. You want to borrow a seed?" Hearing Jean and I say that he had sex with 4 Bai clan beauties at the same time, it was impossible to say that he was not moved at all. Moreover, one of them was Bai Ning, who left a deep impression on him. However, Qi Yu was more concerned about Wenting's feelings. Without waiting for Wenting, whose breathing was unstable, to speak, he said resolutely, "No, this is absolutely not possible. How can I harm the lives of the 4 ladies?" Jean and I was stunned and said, "How is this considered harming? You are a member of the Kirin clan, and at the same time, you are the heir of the Huang Emperor, who owns the Xianyuan sword. To be able to have sex with you is their greatest honor. Regardless of whether it's us divine beasts or humans, it's nothing much. What's wrong with it? Are you looking down on the girls of the Bai clan? The Bai clan is different from the Tu clan. Among the 4 human clans, the Bai clan and the Yu clan have the most beauties. Moreover, the biggest characteristic of the girls of the Bai clan is their good skin. Their skin is like fresh milk, which is far from being comparable to the girls of the other clans. It should be considered a disgrace to you. Looking at the gradually rising anger on Jin Ni's face, Chiyu did not know how to explain. Indeed, during the era of the ancient beasts, even a woman could have 2 husbands at the same time. It was obviously very normal for strong men to have more wives. However, he did not belong to this era. Moreover, the Azure Dragon said this in front of Wen Ting. Wasn't this causing trouble in his own backyard? Wen Ting walked slowly to Chiyu's side. Her face looked very calm, but her gaze was unusually deep. She looked at Chiyu and said, "If you are willing, I don't care. Anyway, this is your own matter." Don't care? There was only one meaning in this woman's words, and that was absolutely not possible. Looking at Wen Ting's elegant face, Chiyu hurriedly said, "Ting Ting, don't misunderstand. Haven't I already refused?" Wen Ting curled her lips and said, "Don't you know what you're thinking? When you first saw the Bai clan girl, you were already moved. Now that there is such a good opportunity, you must not let it go. Otherwise, it would be a pity. This is the original state." This. Chi Yu looked at Wen Ting with resentment in his heart. Wasn't this a classic case of not being able to eat mutton and getting into trouble? The Azure Dragon Jean and I looked at Wen Ting and frowned. This lady's aura is a little strange. You seem to be a ferocious beast? Wen Ting originally did not have any ill feelings towards divine beasts, but she was filled with anger towards Jean and I. She suddenly turned around and said without any trace of politeness, "Which eye of yours saw that I'm a ferocious beast?" Jean and I did not expect her to suddenly become so impulsive and was stunned for a moment. One must know that the Azure Dragon Jean and I was also one of the 4 divine beasts and had a very high status among the divine beasts. Being scolded by such a girl, his expression immediately became somewhat ugly. The ferocious beast aura on your body cannot be concealed. Do you still need to use your eyes to see? Wen Ting snorted and said, "Of course I need to see. Open your eyes wide and see clearly." As she spoke, she took a step forward and a faint red light revolved around her body. The light gradually flashed and a huge shadow appeared out of thin air behind her. That shadow had the appearance of a fire Kirin. Wen Ting's original body was a fire Qilin fox. Under her deliberate control, the fire Qilin fox's long tail drooped down behind her. From the position of the Azure Dragon Jean and I, he could only see the appearance of the fire Kirin. Jean and I was astonished. You are the fire Kirin." "Ah, sorry, I misspoke just now." Even Irua was shocked by Wen Ting's performance. Fire Kirin? However, the aura on her body was obviously not the pure aura of a Kirin. Wen Ting said, coldly, "Chi Yu is my husband. Without my permission, he cannot be together with any girl. I have to protect my husband and also maintain my own dignity. I'm sorry, Senior Azure Dragon. He will not do such improper things." Even though the Azure Dragon Jean and I saw that Wen Ting had the aura of a Kirin, he was still unwilling to give up and said, "However, such matters have always been decided by the person himself." "Fire Kirin, you have no right to stop Chiyu's choice. You must understand that this is of great significance to the humans and us mythological beasts. Once Chiyu and the white race give birth to a descendant, even if it cannot become a true Kirin, it must be a human expert. It must be of great benefit to the development of the white race. We mythological beasts have always been at a disadvantage against the ferocious beasts. The development of the human race is one of our important goals. Chiyu, I hope you can agree to my suggestion. There is no loss for you. The bodies of 4 white race virgins are not enough to satisfy the unreasonable troublemaker? You." Wen Ting's eyes shone brightly. She turned back to look at Qi Xian again, but she did not say anything. This was the first time Qiyu saw such an expression on Wen Ting's face. He secretly stuck out his tongue. When he had first established a relationship with Wen Ting, she did not seem to interfere with his affairs with other women. However, as they spent more time together, she seemed to have changed. Her desire to monopolize him became stronger and stronger. This was especially so after coming to the era of the ancient beasts. It was very easy for her to get jealous. Shaking his head, Qiyu said, "Senior Azure Dragon, please don't make things difficult for me. My current abilities have not reached Kirin's peak state. It is very difficult for me to impregnate a woman. Since that is the case, why should I ruin the purity of the white race's women?" Hearing Qiyu's words, Azure Dragon found it easier to accept. Indeed, Kirin's ability to impregnate was very poor. Otherwise, the Kirin clan would not have become so small. Seeing Qiyu's insistence and Li Ting's angry expression, he could only sigh helplessly and say, "Since that is the case, forget it. I will go and inform the other clans about the Jilly people." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the room. After Azure Dragon left, Wen Ting's gaze gradually became gentle. Looking at Qiyu's helpless expression, she went forward and held his hand. She said in a low voice, "Qiyu, was I too overbearing?" Qiyu hugged Wen Ting's slender waist and said gently, "No, of course not. You are like this because you care about me." Irua walked over and smiled bitterly. "Qiyu, perhaps because you do not belong to this era, you do not understand the customs here. Actually, it is not only you. As long as you are strong and do not harm the opposite sex, it is very likely that you will receive such a request no matter where you go. This is especially so for men. Please do not blame Azure Dragon. The white race's strength has increased after so many years. However, they have suffered heavy losses in today's battle. It is no wonder that he is so eager to help the white race become stronger." Qiyu nodded and said, "I can understand. However, Mother, how can I agree to such a request? After all, our outlook on life and the world are completely different from the people of your era." It was already very late at night. Under Azure Dragon's arrangements, they stayed in this wooden house. This was originally Jean Ni's residence. In the entire white race, it was considered the best house. There were 3 rooms. Qiyu stayed in one for himself, Irua stayed in another, and Wen Ting and Snow Girl stayed in one. After their conversation, Azure Dragon was clearly somewhat resentful and did not come back to take care of them. It was already very late at night. Outside, there were noises of people cleaning up the battlefield. Qiyu and the other 3 had also returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lying flat on the thatched bed, Qiyu could not help but reveal a faint smile. He asked himself if he had not brought Wen Ting to this era and if he had encountered such a request from Azure Dragon, would he have agreed? The answer was yes. After all, he was a normal man and Bai Ning was a beauty. The other beauties of the white race would not be inferior either. No man would refuse such a wonderful thing. When he thought of this, he could not help but recall what Wen Ting had said before. Primitive, yes. The beauties here could really be considered primitive. Moreover, it could be seen that the people here were very pure. If he was still the ruffian that he was before and had no friends or family, he might really have stayed in this era and not returned. Qiyu did not consume much energy during the day and the battle at night. At this moment, the scene of him meeting Bai Ning kept flashing through his mind. He wanted to cultivate, but he could not calm his heart. He could only lean against the wall and look outside through the rough window. At this moment, the people of the white race were all busy, especially the warriors. Cries could be heard continuously. It was obvious that the people of the white race who were still alive were in pain because of their dead relatives. The appearance of the Jilly people had somewhat disrupted his plans. If the king of the beasts really became the Jilly people's support and launched a great purge against the humans, would he still be able to leave this era with peace of mind? Ever since he became the king of the Zodiac, Kirin, Chiyu's sense of responsibility had become stronger and stronger. If that was really the case, it would be very difficult for him to make up his mind to leave. However, he thought about the promise he had made to Ruo, and his heart gradually calmed down. Just as Chiyu was about to start cultivating, his spiritual energy moved slightly. His room door opened, and a graceful figure quietly walked in from outside. You did not need to look to know who it was. After all, the aura was too familiar to him. Ting, it's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? What are you doing in my room? Chiyu asked in a low voice. When Ting had originally thought that Chiyu had already started cultivating, and was shocked when he suddenly heard her voice. She gestured for him to keep quiet and stealthily made her way to Chiyu's side and sat down. Chiyu, are you angry with me? When Ting asked in a low voice, Chiyu was stunned and said, Why would I be angry with you? When Ting lowered her head and said, Actually, you should know that I am not a jealous person. Otherwise, I would not be willing to be with you even though you already have Ruo and Mingming. However, I do not know why, but ever since I came to this era, I have always been very afraid. I am afraid that you will leave me, and I am also afraid that we will not be able to return to our own era. Do you know that you are the only one I can rely on now? I really do not want anyone else to take away your love for me. With the moonlight outside, Chiyu saw that when Ting's eyes were already a little red, he tenderly held her in his arms and said with a smile, Silly girl, how can that be? My love for you will never change. Don't think blindly, I am not angry at all. When Ting snorted and said, You men, including my father, which one of you doesn't want to have multiple wives and concubines? Don't you think I don't know? A long time ago, I heard that men are animals that think with their lower body. When your lower body is the hardest, your heart is the softest. When your lower body is the softest, your heart is the hardest. Therefore, in the Ming Dynasty, the eunuchs were used by the Huang Emperor to establish the East Faction Guards and the West Faction Guards. It is because their lower body is not hard and their heart is hard enough. Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, Ting, where did you hear all this from? Am I that kind of person? When Ting rolled her eyes at Chiyu and said, You of course not. As soon as a smile appeared on Chiyu's face, he heard Wen Ting gasping and said, It would be strange. Do you think I don't know? That time when I was healing on the side of the road, you could have a desert storm with the police, and I could hear your moans from so far away. Don't forget, we are telepathic. What you felt at that time, I can at least know the general idea. It is absolutely right to say that you men think with your lower body. This, Ting, maybe what you said is right. But according to scientific research, comparing a 20-year-old man and a woman, the sexual needs of a man are more than 10 times that of a woman. Therefore, the requirements in that aspect are naturally stronger. Moreover, you should also know the situation at that time. I was forced. Shangbing's ability is not weak. She sealed my meridians. I can't even move, so I can only enjoy it. Am I right? When Ting stuck out her tongue at Chiyu and said, Actually, I never thought that you would only be with me for the rest of your life. After all, you are Kirin, and you are different from ordinary people. However, I am afraid that you will not like me because other women can please you. I am not worried about Ruo and Mingming. They're not the kind of women who will charm you. However, we're in the era of ancient beasts. I have to think more. If you are fascinated by the fox spirit here and refuse to go back to our era with me, what should I do? Chiyu laughed and said, Fox spirit? To think that you can say that if we are talking about fox spirits, you are the real little fox spirit. Don't forget, you have the blood of a fox in your body. When Ting blushed and said, I don't care, how about this? As long as you promise me that you will not have true feelings for any woman in this era, you can leave a seed for them. I also know that you men have a strong need in this aspect, so... You covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. He really did not expect Wen Ting to say such words to him. What are you laughing at? Is it very funny? Wen Ting angrily pinched Qi Yu's waist. Qi Yu was in pain. He quickly suppressed his laughter and said, "Okay, okay, but how do you want me to promise you? How about this, my dear wife? I promise you that the beautiful girls in the era of ancient beasts can at most get my body, but they will never get my pure soul. Is this okay?" "Uft, you can go to hell. You are so disgusting, pure soul." Wen Ting laughed and hit Qi Yu. "Can't you be more serious? I am telling you the truth. I don't want you to suffer because of me." Qi Yu's eyes revealed a trace of slyness, and he transmitted his voice. "Actually, I have a good idea. Not only will I not suffer, but it will also satisfy you. Not only will I not cheat on you mentally, but I will also not cheat on you physically. How about it?" Wen Ting was stunned and said, "You have such a method? Let me hear it." Qi Yu hugged Wen Ting's delicate body tightly with evil intentions and continued to transmit his voice. "Silly girl, isn't this simple? As long as you satisfy my desire, there will not be any problems, right?" Wen Ting's face blushed and she said, But didn't Master Zagru say that you must have that kind of relationship with 4 women at the same time?" "Aye." Qi Yu chuckled and said, "That is only Master's estimation. It is not absolute. Can't you see that Ruyue and I have already done it before, and we are only one-on-one? This is directly related to the women's bodies. You and Ruyue are not ordinary humans. I think there should be no problem. How about it, wife? Let's consummate our marriage today." Wen Ting was a little flustered and said, "No, don't, Qi Yu. I am not ready yet. I am a little scared." Feeling Qi Yu's scorching big hand reaching towards her ample breasts, Wen Ting instantly panicked. She wanted to reject, but in the depths of her heart, there was some anticipation. She pressed down on Qi Yu's hand tightly, and her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Qi Yu's hand was pressed down by Wen Ting, but his lips kissed Wen Ting's soft earlobe, and he whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, my obedient wife, I will not hurt you." Wen Ting said, But Snow Girl and Senior Irua are also here. They will hear us." Qi Yu kissed Wen Ting's pretty face hard and said, "Mother is experienced. She will understand us. Snow Girl has been flying for a whole day today. She is already tired, and the weather changed at night. I am afraid she has already entered a meditative state. What are you afraid of?" Wen Ting said, "But I am really not ready yet. Qi Yu, can you give me some time?" Qi Yu let go of Wen Ting's big hand, found her fragrant lips, and kissed her lightly. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, I am just teasing you. How can I eat you so carelessly? Your first time. I will definitely give you the best memory. However, in the future, if I want to be intimate with you, you cannot object. This way, you can gradually get used to the feeling between you and me." "You." Wen Ting looked at Qi Yu. She was already so embarrassed that she could not say a word. After a long time, Wen Ting leaned into Qi Yu's embrace, looked down at the small tent on his lower body, and said, "Are you very sad?" Qi Yu said helplessly, "What do you think?" Wen Ting gritted her teeth and said, "How about I use other methods to help you solve it?" Qi Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Is that crystal love or desert storm?" "Oh no, there is no jelly here. There is no popping candy." Wen Ting's pretty face blushed. "What are you thinking?" I will not do that. You are so bad." Qi Yu said with a smile, "Then how are you going to help me solve it?" This time, it was Wen Ting's turn to reveal a trace of a mischievous smile. She said, "It's simple. I'm very clear about the things that you men do. How about this? I'll give you a fight. What is a left and right mutual combat?" Qi Yu asked curiously. Wen Ting smiled and showed her hands in front of Qi Yu, and gestured and said, "Of course it is the strength of both hands, pull, pull, pull. In the past, when I was on the internet, I often saw you guys say something like 5 against 1 and so on. I will give you a preferential treatment. I will give you a left and right mutual combat, 10 against 1. Ah, only then did Qi Yu understand. He had never thought that Wen Ting would actually say such a thing. Just as he was in shock, when Ting's little hand had already grabbed his erect lower body through his clothes. She gently touched it through the material of his clothes, and suddenly waves of pleasure came from his lower body, causing Chiyu to let out a low moan. At this time, when Ting was also very nervous, and the erect in her hand was much bigger than he had imagined. She closed her eyes, and her pretty face was red as she tried hard. Looking at Wen Ting's appearance, Chiyu could not help but feel a little helpless, and said, "Baby, are you going to do this through the clothes?" Wen Ting said in a low voice, You did not bathe. Let's just do this. I will just make do. But if this is the case, won't I have to change my pants tomorrow? Oh. The night passed quietly, and so did the pain of the White Tribe. The outcome of the Julie people's attack on the White Tribe was tragic. Although they had caused great harm to the White Tribe, they had also been completely annihilated. In this era, regardless of whether it was the humans of the 4 tribes or the Heli tribe, the population was very limited, especially the number of warriors. After Chiyu and the others stayed in the White Tribe for 2 days, they continued on their way to the place where the godly Beast King lived in seclusion. Over these 2 days, news kept coming. The sudden appearance of the Joli people had brought great fear to the entire human world. However, it was not like what Irua and Azure Dragon Genie had thought. Although the Joli people's appearance was not limited to the White Tribe, it was not as widespread as they had imagined. The White Tribe could be said to be very unlucky. From the news that came from the other tribes, the White Tribe was the first to be attacked, but the tribes around the White Tribe were not wiped out. Those Joli people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Now that they had been completely annihilated, there was not a single survivor. No one knew the purpose of their sudden attack. However, this did not reduce the humans' vigilance. After the 4 tribes exchanged information, they decided to immediately send out their elite warriors to gather. Although they would not take the initiative to attack the Joli people, they had to form a united front to prevent the Joli people from attacking again. Ever since when Ting's left and right hands had touched each other, the 2 of them had become even closer. However, when Ting had developed the habit of shaking her hands off, perhaps it was because she had been busy for half the night and her hands were too tired. However, Chiyu also politely declined this pair of hands. After all, anyone who was rubbed against that part of the night would probably not be able to take it. After the desire was released, the pain from the rubbing would gradually show itself. Even with the healing from the water thundercloud force, he still had doubts about Wen Ting's methods. After flying for another 3 days, they finally arrived at their destination based on their extraordinary speed. In the distance, a majestic mountain had already appeared in their field of vision. It was different from the mountain range of the Alpine tribe. There was only one mountain here. More accurately, there was only one main peak. There were a few small hills around it, but they could completely ignore them. On the surface, there was nothing special about this mountain peak. There were also various kinds of lush and green plants growing on it. As far as the eye could see, it was full of vitality. "Mother, is the divine Beast King here?" Chiyu asked. Irua nodded and replied, "That's right, he lives here." A light flashed in Chiyu's eyes, and his spiritual energy had already enveloped the mountain peak below. What surprised him was that he did not sense too many strong auras within the range of this mountain peak. It seemed to be just an ordinary mountain peak. Irua smiled. She had obviously seen through the doubts in Chiyu's heart and said, "There is no need to investigate further. He is the only divine beast here. There are no other divine beasts here, which is why it is so peaceful." Chiyu looked at Irua in surprise and said, "Is the divine Beast King the only one here? If the divine Beast King suddenly brings people to attack, just like the time when they surrounded me, how is the divine Beast King going to defend against them?" Irua smiled and said, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Do you know that? This is actually the territory of the divine beasts. However, because of the uniqueness of this Song Mountain, There are no divine beasts cultivating here. Choosing this place, not only is it easier to get information from the divine beasts, it is also harder to be discovered by the divine beasts. Hence, he has been living here. Among the divine beasts, other than a few, most of them do not know that our divine beast king is actually living in the territory of the divine beasts. Uniqueness? What's so special about this mountain? Chi Yu asked curiously. Chapter 144. I feel it too. Wen Ting's voice came from beside Chi Yu. Chi Yu turned to look at her and saw that Wen Ting's face looked a little pale, as if she was under some pressure. He quickly transferred some of his energy to her, and Wen Ting's face looked better. Mom, what kind of divine artifact is this? Why can Ting Ting feel it, but I don't? Chi Yu asked curiously. Irua said, You don't feel it because you are Kirin, but Ting Ting has part of the bloodline of the ferocious beasts. If she was completely a ferocious beast, this feeling would be even stronger. Ferocious beasts can't cultivate within thousands of square kilometers of this mountain, and it is also because of the aura of this divine artifact. This divine artifact is one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts, the Demon Purification Gourd. Demon Purification Gourd? Yes, the Demon Purification Gourd. Among the 10 ancient divine artifacts, there are 2 that have a strong restraining effect on ferocious beasts. One is the Xianyuan sword that you have. But the Xianyuan sword has the aura of a king, and it can restrain the ferocious and evil aura of the ferocious beasts. As for the Demon Purification Gourd, it can completely restrain ferocious beasts. If the Demon Purification Gourd can appear, I'm afraid any ferocious beast that sees it can only run away. Of course, the premise is that someone must be able to activate the ability of the Demon Purification Gourd. The specialty of the Demon Purification Gourd is that it can completely refine all ferocious and evil aura. As long as the ferocious beasts are sucked away by it, they can never come out again. It can be said to be a natural artifact that can restrain ferocious beasts. If I guessed correctly, if there is really a day when the mythological beasts are all gone, I'm afraid this Demon Purification Gourd will appear. The existence of the Demon Purification Gourd is also an important reason why the king of the mythological beasts chose to cultivate and live in seclusion here. Chi Yu said, since the Demon Purification Gourd can cause so much damage to the ferocious beasts, have the Bull Demon King and the others never thought of destroying the Demon Purification Gourd? Or getting the Demon Purification Gourd and sealing it? Yixiang said, First of all, the Demon Purification Gourd can't be obtained by ferocious beasts. Even if they got it, there would only be one result. That was to constantly weaken his own energy. As for destroying it, that was even more impossible. These ancient artifacts were left behind by the heavenly gods in our world. If he wanted to destroy them, he would have to rely on the power of a divine artifact. Of the 10 ancient divine artifacts, only the Xianyuan sword in your hands has been unearthed. What can the ferocious beasts use to destroy the Demon Purification Pot? Even the king of mythological beasts couldn't find the true location of the Demon Purification Gourd, let alone them. While talking, the 4 of them slowly descended towards the top of Tsang Mountain. Chi Yu used his psychic power to probe the area. As expected, within the range of his psychic power, there were no signs of any ferocious beasts. However, he also did not sense the aura of the divine Beast King. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, there was a divine artifact here. With the existence of a divine artifact, anything was normal. Stepping on Tsang Mountain, Chi Yu immediately had a strange feeling. The energy of the Xianyuan sword in his body fluctuated slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. At this moment, he also felt the existence of a strange energy. This energy seemed to surround the entire Tsang Mountain. The energy fluctuation felt very faint, but it was real. It was like a huge energy barrier that enveloped the entire Tsang Mountain. After all, Wen Ting wasn't a real ferocious beast. Under the protection of Chi Yu's Kirin's thundercloud force, Although it was still suppressed by the aura of the demon purification gourd, it was still able to withstand it. Irua brought the three of them down from the peak of Tsang Mountain. Everything here originated from nature. Because of Chi Yu's arrival, the surrounding plants were emitting a cheerful aura. Every time he came to a place with lush plants, the energy fluctuation in his body would naturally become stronger. Long Chi's tendons and bones were baptized by the natural energy in such a place, and he would constantly feel comfortable. Moreover, Chi Yu's body would also emit some aura of natural energy. Even the other three who were with him had a feeling that they wanted to get closer to him. When Irua brought the three of them to the halfway point of the mountain, she stopped. The surrounding plants were still lush. From the surface, there didn't seem to be any place that could be inhabited. Irua indicated for Chi Yu and the other two to wait here. She took a few steps forward and let out a strange sound. Although the sound wasn't loud, it spread out like silk threads. The main direction of the sound was towards the mountain in front of them. Not long after, the surrounding scenery suddenly distorted, and a deep and resounding voice sounded from within the mountain. "You've come," Irua said. "I have brought him here. Let us go in." The scenery in front of them started to distort more intensely. Irua retreated to the side of Chi Yu and the other two. The surrounding distorted scenery slowly revolved around their bodies. From that special energy aura, Chi Yu felt especially intimate. It was even more intimate than when he had first met Irua. A light flashed, and in a patch of fiery red light, the four of them disappeared into thin air from the halfway point of the Tsang Mountain. Chi Yu only felt that the surrounding scenery had suddenly changed. He had already entered a dark cave. The cave was very dry, and the air was as fresh as the outside. There wasn't any light in the surroundings. The Kirin pearl in front of his chest started to act as a light source. As the four-colored energy fluctuated, it brought different colors to the cave. Irua nodded at Chi Yu and walked in first. Chi Yu's hand flashed, and the fire thundercloud force rose. His other hand held onto Winting, called out to Snow Girl, and followed behind Irua into the depths of the cave. The path in the cave was straight, and there weren't any gentle detours. The rocks under his feet were very hard, and they felt a little uneven. Luckily, their abilities weren't weak. Under the illumination of the fire in Chi Yu's hand, the rugged path didn't cause any trouble for them. Irua brought the three of them all the way to the end of the cave. Here, there was a turn for the first time. After turning the corner, it was still pitch black in front of them. However, the intimate feeling that Chi Yu felt earlier became even more obvious. Without any warning, his eyes suddenly lit up. A huge body appeared in front of him. A huge body appeared in front of the four of them. It was a fiery red body. The huge body was at least 10 meters long, and the fiery red light was constantly radiating outwards. However, that huge body was covered with black Kirin scales. The body in front of Chi Yu was simply too familiar. The black Kirin scales and the huge horn was burning with black and silver. The calm eyes and the strong aura were all representative of the Kirin. Looking back from the horn, the silver fur was scattered on the black Kirin scales. It was the ink Kirin that he had encountered. This ink Kirin was crawling in the cave. Its huge eyes were emitting a calm gaze, and the horn on its head was at least 2 meters long. It was a perfect proportion with its huge body that was 10 meters long. Even when it was crawling there, its height was already more than 2 meters. Together with the huge horn on its head, it was only about 3 meters away from the top of the cave. One could imagine that if it stood up, the black and silver horn might be able to reach the top of the cave. "Irua, you're here. My child, you're here too." A calm human voice came out of Ink Kirin's mouth. This wasn't the first time that Chi Yu had seen Ink Kirin. The first time he saw Ink Kirin, it was because he had integrated the bloodline of Ink Kirin. However, at that time he was already unconscious and couldn't communicate with Ink Kirin. The second time he was awake. At that time, the Ink Kirin that he saw was Winting's father. However, the two ink Kirin in front of him were obviously not the one in front of him. This was because this ink Kirin in front of him was emitting a fiery aura, which proved that this ink Kirin was of the fire attribute. The reason why Wen-Ting's father was so powerful was because he had two attributes. In comparison, this ink Kirin in front of him was slightly more mediocre. However, although this ink Kirin was of the fire attribute, his aura was very gentle and didn't give off a fiery feeling at all. Taking a few steps forward, Qiyu pulled Wen-Ting and bowed respectfully from the bottom of his heart. "Greetings, respected king of divine beasts." Ink Kirin smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. My name is Emohua." In the ink Kirin, when they were named, they would use Emo as their surname and their own abilities as their names. However, someone like you is too special. You have 4 abilities. You can't possibly have 5 words in your name, right? Emohua's huge body looked a little lazy. He turned to look at Irua and said, "I have already forgotten about the Jili people. If I hadn't been waiting for you, I might have already left this place. Have you told Qiyu about that?" Irua looked at Qiyu and nodded. She said, "Qiyu has already agreed to help us. He has the Xianyuan sword to protect him, so there shouldn't be any problems." Emohua sighed and said, "Qiyu, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want you to take risks, even though we don't belong to the same era. However, for the sake of the divine beasts, I have no choice but to ask you. I hope you can understand." After hearing Emohua's words, Wen-Ting's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Qiyu's hand tightly and asked anxiously, "Qiyu, what did you promise them? Why didn't you tell me?" Qiyu hurriedly said, "Nothing much. It was just some help for the divine beasts." "No, that's not right. If it was just some simple help, why would there be any danger?" "Qiyu, you lied to me." Wen-Ting looked at Qiyu. Her anxiety was indescribable. In this era, Qiyu could be said to be the only person she could rely on. At the same time, he was also the man she loved the most. After her experience with the ultimate Kirin's arm, she really didn't want Qiyu to face any more danger. Just as Qiyu really didn't know how to explain things to Wen-Ting, a faint red light suddenly shot out from Emohua's mouth. Qiyu was shocked. Just as he was about to stop Emohua, he was pushed back by a huge force that he couldn't resist. The difference between 9 clouds and 6 clouds was too great. Moreover, Emohua was also in Kirin. Right now, he couldn't resist Emohua's power at all. The red light completely enveloped Wen-Ting's body. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Wen-Ting's body slowly went limp. Qiyu shouted in shock and anger, "What are you doing?" The thundercloud force in his body circulated rapidly, and surging energy quickly surrounded his body. At this moment, the first thing he thought of was the Xianyuan sword. Perhaps only the Xianyuan sword could compete with the divine beast king in front of him. Snow Girl, who was behind Wen-Ting, immediately floated up. A blue light had already lit up from her body. However, in front of the fire attribute in Kirin, how effective could her ice ability and wind ability be? "Don't worry, my child. I don't have any ill intentions," Emohua said gently. Qiyu held Wen-Ting's delicate body in his arms and used his spiritual power to examine her body. He discovered that the real reason Wen-Ting had fainted was because a huge wave of fire energy had entered her body. At this moment, it was circulating slowly around the meridians in her body. Emohua said, "This child also has the blood of Kirin in her body. At the same time, her element is the same as mine. It's our first time meeting each other, so I'll give her a gift. It can be considered as a reward for the promise you made. You don't need to worry. You just need to keep her in the Kirin Pearl. After 49 days, her fire ability will improve to a whole new level. It will become easier to control than before. At the same time, she will also be able to use some of the abilities that only Kirin can use. This is what I've given her based on the blood of Kirin in her body. I think it will be of some help to her in the future." After probing the energy within Wen-Ting's body, Chiyu knew that Emohua was not lying. Although the fire energy was enormous, it was not enough. Although the wave of fire energy was very huge, it did not have any ill intentions. As it circulated around the meridians in Wenting's body, it was gradually absorbed by her body. This absorption speed was very slow. At the same time, it was gradually compressing Wenting's original fire energy. It was similar to the purification of the thundercloud force when he was cultivating. It felt like it would indeed take some time to complete this rebirth process. With a flash of light, Chiyu kept Wenting in his Kirin Pearl. Emohua had given him such a huge gift as soon as he saw Emohua. Clearly, it was to strengthen Chiyu's determination to do that thing. At the same time, it was also a gesture of goodwill. Coupled with the fact that Wenting had stopped him anxiously, it could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Using pure Kirin energy in exchange for it was not considered a loss. Senior Emohua, I don't know if I should thank you. Looking at the huge body of ink Kirin in front of him, Chiyu's eyes became very calm. This was a habit of his. When Chiyu was thinking, it was often when he was at his calmest. Emohua smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to thank me. This is nothing compared to what you've done for the Divine Beast Clan. This friend of yours is troubled by the aura of the demon Purification Gourd. Entering the Kirin Pearl will only benefit her." Chiyu said, "Senior Emohua, I've already agreed to your request, so I definitely won't go back on it. Now, shouldn't you tell me where the Kunlun mirrors are? After finding the Kunlun mirrors, I will fulfill my promise." Emohua said, "We are all Kirin, so we will definitely trust you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made such a request. The Kunlun mirrors are on the Kunlun Mountains, which are 30,000 kilometers away. The Kunlun Mountains are also named after them. However, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to obtain the Kunlun mirrors. Just like the demon Purification Gourd, I know that it is in this mountain, but no matter how hard I try to find it, I can't find its specific location. The fact that you were able to obtain the Xianyuan sword proves that you are very lucky. Although luck is somewhat illusory, sometimes it is also very important. I hope you can succeed. You don't have to worry about not being able to find the location of Kunlun Mountain. Before you leave, I'll imprint the path to Kunlun Mountain in your mind. With the memory I've given you, you'll be able to find its location easily." Chiyu nodded and said, "That's good. Senior Emohua, the reason I came to see you was to ask about the whereabouts of the Kunlun mirrors. Now that I know, it is time for us to leave." Emohua's huge body moved and said, "Don't be anxious. There has never been a situation where 2 ink Kirin appeared at the same time in our Kirin clan. Although you don't belong to this era, we are, after all, the closest clansmen. Finding the Kunlun mirrors is not in this short period of time. Let's have a chat, okay?" You looked at Emohua. From Emohua's body, he could feel the amiable aura of an elder. After a slight hesitation, he still nodded. Emohua said to Irua, "Bring this lady out for a walk. Because there are no ferocious beasts to harass this Tsang Mountain, there are many kinds of spirit herbs. It should be of great benefit to this lady's cultivation. Let me talk to Chiyu alone." Irua nodded. Meanwhile, Snow Girl's gaze fell on Chiyu. Although her expression was not as obvious as Wenting's, the worry in her eyes was still there. Chiyu nodded at Snow Girl and gestured for her to follow Irua. Snow Girl looked at him reluctantly and said, "Father, hurry up. I don't really like the feeling here." Her main energy attribute was ice, and this cave was filled with Ink Kirin's fire attribute energy. It would be strange if she liked it. Irua brought the snow lady away, while Emohua raised his front paw. Emohua raised his front paw and pointed at a huge rock in front of him. "Chiyu, sit down. Let's have a good chat." Chiyu walked to the rock and sat down. Emohua's majestic body was like a small mountain. This was the king of the mythological beasts, the strongest existence among the mythological beasts. At the same time, inside his huge body, The same bloodline as him flowed in his veins. That kind of natural intimacy made Lu Yu's guard against Emohua lower and lower. Emohua sighed. Ever since you appeared, I have asked Irua to spread the news about you. I heard from her that your attributes and abilities were mentioned. I also heard about the process of obtaining the Shenyuan sword. I am really proud of you. Your appearance also brought us guidance for the Kirin clan in the future. You should also know that it is very difficult for Kirin to reproduce, although there are more than 10 Kirin in the next generation. As the king of the mythological beasts, we are always the target of the beasts. When those children grow up, they will definitely be involved in the battle with the beasts. It is still hard to say how many of them will be able to reproduce successfully. As for our generation of Kirin, we are also nearing the end of our lives. Perhaps it really won't be long before the Kirin clan completely disappears from this world. At this point, his words carried a sorrowful aura. There was no sense of resentment, just pure sorrow. Chi, you did not interrupt and just quietly listened to Emohua. The appearance of the king of the beasts of this generation has caused us, the mythological beasts, to fall into a state of painful struggle. Yes, it may be hard for you to believe. If there is a word to describe the current situation of the mythological beasts, then painful struggle would be the most appropriate. In this land of Yanhuang, the mythological beasts and the beasts each occupy 2/5 of the territory. Most of the time, the mythological beasts occupy more territory. The remaining 1/5 is occupied by the neutral beasts and some other races, such as you humans. And this situation had begun to change since the deficit year. It was also from then on that the mythological beasts went downhill, and the glory of the past is no longer there. The cause of all this is actually an individual, and that is the current king of the beasts. Chi Yu asked, "Are you talking about the Bull Demon King?" Emohua nodded and said, "That's right, it's him. The appearance of the king of the beasts can be traced back to 15,000 years ago. Although I don't know how strong the king of the beasts was in the past, what I can be sure of is that before he became the king of the beasts, he was just an ordinary beast. At that time, his cultivation base should have been less than 10,000 years. Moreover, he was definitely not a superior beast. However, 15,000 years ago, a terrifying thing happened. A terrifying thing has happened." He paused, and his huge eyes were filled with sadness. Chi Yu's interest was piqued by Emohua's words, and he asked, "What exactly happened that even the king of the mythological beasts would feel fear?" Emohua's massive body moved as a faint light shone from his eyes. He said, "Close your eyes. I will let you see everything that happened back then. This is an image that has been passed down from generation to generation by the kings of our Qilin clan." With curiosity and doubt, Chi Yu slowly closed his eyes. Clear energy fluctuations appeared around his body, and it seemed to be energy that came from spiritual power. Before Chi Yu could truly feel its existence, his mind suddenly lit up. It was a vast grassland filled with endless vitality, just like the scenery he had seen on his way here. Everything that appeared in his mind was the outside world during the era of the ancient beasts. Many mythological beasts were gathered on the vast grassland, and many of them were mythological beasts that Chi Yu had never seen before. The reason why he could be sure that these ancient beasts were mythological beasts was because there were more than 10 huge Kirin standing in a row in front of these mythological beasts. The one in the middle was Ink Kirin, who looked like Emohua. However, the energy aura that it emitted was of the wind attribute. Obviously, it was not Emohua. All the mythological beasts quietly looked at the sky. Every mythological beast's eyes looked very solemn, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, everything in front of him changed. The originally clear sky suddenly changed, and his vision shifted from the mythological beasts to the sky. A circular black shadow slowly overlapped with the sun, covering the sun's light. A total solar eclipse? Could it be that the disaster that Emohua mentioned was this total solar eclipse? This was just a normal astronomical phenomenon. Did they really think that there was a heavenly dog feeding on them? Very soon, the sun's light was completely blocked by the circular black shadow, and the sky darkened. Only a faint golden light remained around the circular black shadow, and it brought some light to the world. Just when Chi-Yu thought that everything was about to end, another change occurred. Another circular black shadow slowly moved over from the side, destroying the golden halo that the sun had emitted from the previous black shadow, and slowly overlapped with it. The previous circular light shadow was still there. The mythological beast's breathing became rapid, and the sky became even darker. The circular black shadow continued to appear, and one life after another appeared on top of the first black shadow. Under their cover, the sun's light became weaker and weaker, and the earth also became darker and darker. Suddenly, everything in the surroundings darkened, and a large patch of dark clouds appeared in the sky without warning. The world that had already become dark suddenly lit up, and that was the light of lightning. Immediately after, a deafening explosion of thunder resounded, and the earth shook. Flashes of lightning appeared one after another. Lightning was not new, but if the color of lightning was red, then it was a completely different concept. The red lightning flashed in the sky, and it was like the light of blood. Chi-Yu realized that the direction in which these lightning bolts landed was concentrated at one point, and that position seemed to be the end of this prairie. The rolling thunder caused all the mythological beasts to prostrate on the ground, and their solemn eyes were filled with fear. There seemed to be a ball of faint black air current spiraling up from the constantly descending red lightning. Chi-Yu did not know what that black air current represented, but he vaguely guessed that this should be the terrifying thing that the mythological beast king Mo had mentioned. The light shadow flashed, and all the effects disappeared. The energy around Chi-Yu's body also returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes, and he realized that Mo was looking at him. Before he could ask, Mo had already said, "At the end of that blood-colored lightning is the current mythological beast king." The innate ferocious Qi brought him endless power, and it was from that moment that the ferocious Qi spread throughout the Yanhuang land. He used his extremely tyrannical ferocious Qi to conquer all the beasts and became the new mythological beast king. It was under his leadership that the mythological beast race entered a difficult era. After 15,000 years of fighting, not only did we lose our original advantage, but we were also suppressed to the point where we could only occupy a tenth of the entire Yanhuang land. If this goes on, perhaps it won't be too long before our mythological beast Belgium ends up being destroyed, and the human race would also be ruled by the Jili people. The Yanhuang land would be completely enveloped by the ferocious Qi. This is a reality that I cannot change, and it is also the greatest tragedy of me and the previous mythological beast kings. The cave was filled with Mo's sorrow. He paused for a moment, and his gaze seemed to freeze as he looked at Chi-Yu. "Child, although you do not belong to our era, and you may think that it was a complete coincidence that you came here, I don't think so. You were able to come to our era with the help of the reincarnation fruit. As the ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds, in my heart, you are the hope of all the mythological beasts. Now, you have the Xianyuan sword, the physique of the origin of nature, and the unprecedented body of the 4 auspicious clouds. These unique conditions will definitely allow you to become an expert who can fight against the mythological beast king. If you are willing to stay in our era, I am willing to give the position of mythological beast king to you. All the mythological beasts in the world will listen to your command, and you will lead us and the human race to fight against those ferocious Qi. As long as I can do it, I am willing to fulfill all your conditions. Can you give me an answer?" Looking deeply at Amohua, Chi-Yu slowly lowered his head. "I'm sorry I cannot. I am willing to do that for you, but I will never choose to stay in this era." Chapter 145. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and sighed. "I'm sorry, I know the divine beast isn't in a good state right now. However, I don't belong to this era. I also want to help you. but my original era also needed me. My companions are waiting for me to return. They must have received the news of my disappearance and must be very anxious. Of course, before I leave this place, I'm willing to do my best to help the divine beast." The light in the eyes of the divine beast king gradually became gentle. "No, it's not your fault. I was thinking too much. You're right. You don't belong to this era. I shouldn't ask for too much. You have done all you can by agreeing to take the risk of helping us. How about this, Chiyu? You stay with me for a while. You and I are both in Kirin. I think that under my guidance, you will be able to understand the various abilities of Kirin more easily. Whether it is for you to do that thing or to return to your era, it will be beneficial." After listening to the king of divine beasts, Chiyu couldn't help but feel moved. If he could receive guidance from the king of divine beasts, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to his cultivation. Huang Emperor had taught him the way of actual combat. However, he possessed Kirin's abilities after all, and he had just reached 6 Cloud level not long ago. If Ink Kirin, the king of divine beasts, could guide him on the application of Kirin's various abilities, it would definitely benefit him greatly in the application of Kirin's abilities. However, if he accepted Mo Hua's kindness, how was he going to return the favor? After some thought, Chiyu said, "Thank you very much. Senior Ink Flame, could you please bring the next generation of Kirin here? Or tell them to come here? It would be best if all of Kirin could come. Although I can't stay in this era to help you, I want to. With the natural breath of the provenance of nature, it can at least extend the lifespan of you and Kirin of your generation, so that you can have more time to nurture the next generation and fight against the dire beasts." After all, he wanted to help Kirin from the bottom of his heart. In other words, he wanted to help his own people. Moreover, by doing this, he would be able to accept Mo Hua's guidance on Kirin's abilities with a peace of mind. Sure enough, Mo Hua's eyes lit up. "That's great. I've already sensed Irua's current condition through her aura. Her lifespan has been increased by at least 1,000 years with the help of your nature's origin energy. If we are given 1,000 years, we can at least hold on until the next generation of Kirin grows up. Then you can complete that task. Then everything will be possible." Chi Yu's conditions were very tempting. It was to the extent that the divine beast king didn't even decline politely and directly agreed. Chi Yu faintly smiled. "My strength doesn't matter. This is all I can do for the Qilin clan. Although I can't stay in this era, this is the best I can do for them. Although I can't stay in this era, it doesn't mean that I won't come back after I leave. Compared to our era, the era of the ancient beasts is completely free of pollution. The energy aura and the natural qi that is full of vitality is far from being comparable to our era. As long as I can truly obtain the Kunlun realm, I will have a passage between the two eras. Until then, when that time comes, I might even bring my companions back to cultivate again. I can only help. I definitely won't decline." Chi Yu had already thought about this. If he could really use the Kunlun mirrors to travel between the two eras, then the ancient beast era could become his back. If he encountered an enemy that he couldn't fight against, he could use the Kunlun mirrors to return to this era to hide. At the same time, he deeply felt that only in the ancient beast era would there be enough natural aura to maximize the effect of his nature's origin energy. Therefore, as long as he could return safely, he was almost certain that he would return again. When that time came, he would bring all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors to this era and treat it as a holiday. After all, what place could compare to the original ecology here? That's right. The divine beast king, Mo Hua, was overjoyed. Even if you go back, you can come back again. After all, the existence of the Kunlun mirrors is great. It's a pity that the information between the two eras can't be exchanged. However, this is enough. No matter when, I will represent the divine beasts to welcome you back. Oh, right, you're Kirin of the 4 auspicious signs. I'm afraid it's not enough for me to guide you. It just so happens that the few remaining old guys have wind, fire, thunder, and lightning attributes in Kirin. I'll call them back and guide you on each of the 4 abilities. This way, you'll be able to achieve the best results. I hope that your appearance this time can be a turning point in the comparison of strength between us and the beasts. Chiyu nodded and smiled. I hope so too. At this point in the conversation with the Divine Beast King, the 2 of them had already reached a consensus. His original worries had completely disappeared. Emohua was much more restless and straightforward than he had imagined. As long as Emohua didn't stop him from returning to his own era, Chiyu naturally wouldn't decline as long as he could help with other matters. Emohua suddenly sighed. With your help, I'm no longer too worried about the conflict between the divine beasts and the beasts. Now, I'm more worried about the humans. Chiyu looked at Emohua in surprise. Humans? The humans have the help of the divine beasts. What else do you need to worry about? Emohua shook his head. No, it's not as simple as you think. Whether it's us divine beasts or the beasts, we're not the same race as the humans. They were not of the same race as humans, so they could only help them to a certain extent. When the humans and the Julie people really clash, we'll only support them and won't go all out for them. After all, we and the beasts have to guard against each other, making use of the humans or the Julie people to create traps for each other. Therefore, there are 2 opposing sides in this era. One is us and the beasts, and the other is the humans and the Julie people. Actually, the main reason why I want you to stay is because I want you to lead the humans. Yes, although the total number of humans is much greater than the Julie people, you've seen how strong the bodies of the Julie people are. A Julie person who speaks Mandarin can kill a dozen or even dozens of ordinary humans. If a war really breaks out, I won't be able to help the humans. After all, there isn't another Huang emperor to lead them. You have a much higher level of intelligence than our era. With your leadership, not only can we use the Xianyuan sword to win the hearts of the humans, we can also better contend against the Julie people. Due to the happy thoughts from before, Chiyu's heart was now alive. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said, Elder Emohua, leadership is important. If the humans can possess some weapons that are far superior to those of this era, then the advantage that the Julie people have in terms of physical strength should be offset. Emohua asked in surprise, Are you saying that you want to bring the weapons of your era to this era? Chiyu chuckled and said, That's exactly what I'm thinking. However, this is all based on the premise that we can obtain the Kunlun mirrors and return to our era. Emohua blinked his huge eyes and said disapprovingly, I'm afraid that just having weapons won't be enough. The difference in the bodies of the humans and the Julie people is too great. I'm afraid that weapons won't be able to make up for the difference. Chiyu's eyes flickered with confidence as he said, That also depends on the level of the weapon. Words alone are no proof. How about this, Elder Emohua, let's go outside. I'll show you the power of the weapons of our era. You will understand what I mean. He understood very well. He was very clear that the concept of weapons among the divine beasts of this era was still limited to cold weapons. Perhaps cold weapons could only be classified as divine weapons. Otherwise, they would not be able to overcome the absolute disadvantage in terms of their bodies. However, was what he wanted to show Emohua was as simple as cold weapons? Of course not. Back then, during the battle at the warehouse, he had killed the members of the Dark Parliament. However, the batch of firearms that Fox and the rest had given to the Fire Order was still in his Kirin Pearl and had not been returned. Deep down, he was still a little worried that his premature introduction of firearms into this era would have too great of an impact on this era. However, after careful consideration, Lu Yu realized that even though firearms were much more powerful than cold weapons, he had only provided the weapons and the method to use them. He had not provided the manufacturing method. In this era, how could it be easy to manufacture firearms? As long as the humans could suppress the Jilly people to a certain extent, it would be enough. It should not affect the balance of this era. Emo's interest was piqued when he saw the confidence in Chi-Yu's eyes. "All right, then I'll go out with you and have a look." A faint red light instantly expanded from Emo's body. Chi-Yu felt his entire body tighten and his vision blur. The space around him had already lit up. He was shocked to find that he had been brought out of the cave by Emohua and had arrived at the spacious plains at the foot of Tsang Mountain. Emo's huge body had disappeared. A middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old appeared beside Chi-Yu. He was dressed in a long black robe that was filled with a surging energy aura. It was obvious that he was formed from energy. He had a resolute and handsome face, and half his long hair draped over his shoulders. His fire attribute energy aura had already been naturally restrained. Even though he had transformed into a human form, no matter how one looked at it, Emohua was an unfathomable expert. The aura that he emitted from his every movement was enough to attract attention. Emohua saw the surprise in Chi-Yu's eyes and smiled. "This is the domain that I developed after I reached the Nine Clouds realm. The teleportation domain. As Ink Kirin, my domain is rather special. I don't need to use Thundercloud Force to support it. Once this domain appears, it will never disappear. With my body as the center, I can move to any corner within a radius of 1 kilometer. I can also move objects within the range of my Thundercloud Force. Moving a small mountain is still possible." Chi-Yu stared at Emohua, dumbfounded. According to what he said, didn't that mean he had the ability to move mountains and fill the seas? Emohua looked at Chi-Yu's shocked expression and couldn't help but smile. "When you reach the Nine Clouds realm, you will also have your own life domain. You are Ink Kirin, one of the 4 auspicious clouds. I think your life domain will be much stronger than mine. All right, let me see the weapon I've been talking about. However, I have to remind you of one thing. Even if the weapon you mentioned is really powerful, it must be widely used by humans. Otherwise, a small number of weapons won't mean anything." Chi-Yu came back to his senses and smiled. He touched the Kirin bead on his chest with his right hand. In a flash of light, a 3-meter-long, 3-meter-wide, and 1.5-meter-tall box appeared out of thin air in front of him. This was the first time he had taken these firearms out ever since he had stored them in the Kirin bead. He had originally wanted to return them to Hu Guang and Ian, but then something happened, so he had forgotten about it. Now was the right time to take them out and present them. He kicked the lid of the box open, revealing the contents inside. This box of firearms had been ordered by the people of the Covenant of Darkness. They were all very powerful weapons. Chi-Yu had looked through them before. There were 10 large-caliber pistols, and the rest were heavy machine guns. He didn't know much about military equipment and didn't know what model they were. The rest of the box was filled with ammunition, and there were even dozens of fist-sized grenades. These weapons had been maintained very well by the Sacred Flame sect. They had all been smeared with a special anti-embroidery oil. They looked black and gave off a rather awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, Chi-Yu suddenly remembered that he had weapons, but using them was... Back when he was in the Taklamakan desert, although he had trained hard for a month, his own abilities were far from what ordinary weapons could compare to. Therefore, Chi-Yu's training there had been entirely focused on the effects on his body. He hadn't touched any weapons. Ever since he was young, he had never touched a gun. As for how to use it, he could only fumble around. Chi-Yu's brain worked very fast, and he immediately thought of a solution. He used his mental strength to inform Wen-Ting and Snow Girl to meet up with him. At the same time, he took out a fist-sized grenade from the box. Firearms might be more troublesome, but this thing was much simpler. If it really didn't work, he could throw it with great force and trigger the explosives inside to explode. Emohua was also extremely curious about the weapons that Chi-Yu had taken out. He moved closer to the former's side and looked at the strange-looking grenade in the latter's hand with a doubtful glint in his eyes. With his strength, he could naturally sense that it was just a piece of metal. There was no energy being emitted from it, so it was clearly not a divine weapon. Qi Yu fiddled with the grenade for a while, recalling how he had seen grenades used on television. He pulled out the safety bolt and threw the grenade. Fearing that it wouldn't detonate, he deliberately injected thundercloud force into the grenade. The black grenade immediately soared into the air and was thrown far away. Their gazes followed the grenade into the distance. Mo, whose heart was filled with anticipation as he watched the grenade fall into the distance. Amidst the loud bang, a violent rumble came from afar. Black smoke rose into the sky along with a soaring flame, and the ground trembled slightly. Mo was startled by the sudden loud noise. He grabbed Qi Yu's shoulder with his right hand, and the scenery around them changed slightly. The two of them had arrived at the site of the explosion. The strong smell of sulfur and smoke hit them in the face, causing Mo to frown involuntarily. However, the scene in front of him still shocked him. A large pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of about half a meter had appeared in front of him. The surrounding plants had all been charred black. A large tree where the grenade had landed had been blown away, and the pit was filled with charred soil. Mo knew that he could easily achieve such an effect. However, Ming Ming sensed that the weapon that Qi Yu was holding earlier didn't release any energy aura. Such a small earthling was actually able to produce such a strong, explosive force. This kind of weapon was indeed unique. Qi Yu also didn't expect this grenade to be so powerful. He chuckled and said, "This kind of program should be able to threaten the strong bodies of the Jili people. When it explodes, it will also produce a strong shock wave. As long as they are within the explosion range, they will definitely be able to cause significant damage to the other party. Even if the Jili people have strong bodies, it shouldn't be a problem for them to break their tendons and bones." At this moment, Yi Ruo, Snow Girl, and Wen Ting had already flown over and landed beside Qi Yu and Mo Hua. Yi Ruo didn't understand what was happening. She looked at Mo Hua and said, "King, this is the territory of the ferocious beasts. What are you doing?" Mo Hua briefly explained what Qi Yu had said to him. After hearing his explanation, Yi Ruo couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. If such a weapon was given to the Earth tribesmen, it would be much easier for them to fight against the Jili people. Snow Girl looked at Qi Yu strangely and asked softly, "Father, where did you get such a high explosive grenade? This is definitely a prohibited item in our country. If caught, they will be executed." Qi Yu chuckled and said, "Father, where did you get such a high explosive grenade?" Qi Yu chuckled. "I naturally have a way. Do you recognize this thing? Do you know how to use a gun?" Snow Girl nodded and said, "Of course. Of course, I used to be a Yan Huang soul member. Although I don't interact much with other Yan Huang soul members. When I'm free, the place I go to the Yan Huang souls shooting range the most is the Yan Huang souls dedicated shooting range. Basically, I can use all the light and heavy weapons of the various countries." Qi Yu was elated. "That's great. You can show Senior Mo Hua and Mother how powerful the weapons of our era are. Come, let's go." Without needing the rest to fly, Mo Hua waved his hand and used his instant teleportation domain to easily cross a few hundred meters and return to the place where Qi Yu took out his military fire. When Snow Girl saw the long and short pistols and grenades in the wooden box, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She knew that these were weapons with great destructive power. Just the weapons and ammunition in the wooden box alone could arm a small team of 30 people. She casually took out a handgun from the box and quickly loaded the bullets into the magazine. With a few clicking sounds, the bullets were loaded into the gun's chamber. She unlocked the safety and aimed into the distance with perfect precision. "Father, this kind of large-caliber pistol uses armor-piercing bullets with copper cores. Within a certain range, it can penetrate steel plates within 5 millimeters and cause great damage. Unless it's a nano-level bulletproof vest, ordinary bulletproof vests won't work on it at all. Even in the military, only some advanced special forces will be equipped with it." Chiyu said, "Fortunately, you know how to use it, or I'd be making a fool of myself. In that case, show Senior Emohua and Mother its power." Snow Girl nodded and aimed at a big tree 1,000 meters away. At this time, Emohua suddenly said, "Wait a minute. I'd like to personally test the power of your weapon. Shoot me." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he floated 100 meters away. Snow Girl looked at Chiyu hesitantly. Chiyu nodded at her and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Although the weapons of our era are advanced, as long as it's not an atomic bomb, I'm afraid it won't be able to hurt Senior Emoho at all. Let's begin." As the king of the mythological beasts, Emohua had always been very cautious. Although he didn't know how powerful the black pistol was, with the deterrence of the grenades from before, he still very carefully activated the power in his body, and a shield-like red light lit up in front of him. Snow Girl said, "I'm going to shoot." She no longer deliberately aimed. As the secret weapon of the yellow flame soul, if she still needed to aim at such a large target at such a distance, she wouldn't be worthy of being called a snow soul. She raised her right hand and pulled the trigger 5 times with her fingers. Amidst 5 roars, 5 cartridges jumped out. The recoil of the large caliber pistol didn't affect her in the slightest. Chi-Yu's attention was focused on Emohua. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the energy shield in front of Emo was suddenly lit up with 5 ripples. They appeared in Emohua's eyes, shoulders, and chest respectively. The bullets had already rushed into the energy shield, and the bullets were actually red. It looked a little strange. Snow Girl blew at the muzzle of the pistol and handed it to Chiyu. At this time, Emohua had already returned. He opened his palm, and 5 bullets appeared in the palm of his hand. At this moment, his expression had already become a lot more serious. He muttered to himself, "What a strong, penetrative power! This kind of penetrative power can probably break through the scales of some fierce beasts that don't have strong defenses. Chiyu, how did you do it? What kind of weapon is this?" Chiyu said with a smile, "Don't ask me. I don't know how I did it either. However, as long as you admit its power, I won't be able to. Now, you just need to answer me. If humans are equipped with this kind of weapon, when they face the Jili people again, will they be able to resist their attacks?" Emohua nodded and said, "Of course they can. The defensive shield that I set up with 30% of my thundercloud force was actually penetrated by half. Among the Jili people, even Devour wouldn't be able to escape unscathed under such a powerful attack." Chi-Yu said, "That makes things easier. This is called a pistol. Among these weapons, its power is only considered average. I don't think I'll be needed anymore. As long as every human race can have a team of about 1,000 people armed with this kind of weapon, then the Jili people will probably have a hard time winning." "Dad, you're not joking, right? How many weapons would be needed to arm 1,000 people? Don't tell me you're running an armory? Even if you have a special relationship with the Yellow Flame Soul, the country definitely won't allow you to have so many weapons." Snow Girl looked at Chiyu in shock. Chiyu smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I've never thought of taking weapons from the country. Moreover, we can't let anyone know that we've come to the ancient beast era after we return. As for weapons, I'll think of another way. You'll know when we return." What a joke. Do we have to get weapons from the country? One must know that the Sacred Flame sect was mainly involved in the reselling of firearms. With their scale, it might be a little difficult to get weapons for a few thousand people. But as long as they have money, they can definitely do it. Chi-Yu kept the box back into his Kirin Pearl and said to Emohua, "Senior, although these weapons are excellent, if we want to get more weapons for humans to use, we must first obtain the Kunlun realm and have the ability to travel between the 2 eras. Only then can we bring the weapons of our era to the ancient beast era. When that time comes, I'll hire professionals to teach the various human races how to use these weapons." Emohua sighed deeply and looked at Chiyu. "I'm more and more convinced that it's not a coincidence that you came to this era, but it was arranged by the heavens. It's because of your arrival that we divine beasts and humans can rise again. You've even accomplished something as impossible as obtaining the Xianyuan sword. So why can't you obtain the Kunlun mirrors? I'm getting more and more confident in you now. Qi Yu smiled bitterly. Thank you for your auspicious words. I hope that's the case too. However, I don't know if my appearance has changed history and caused changes in the development of humans. There's one thing I have to say in advance. After all, these weapons don't belong to this era. When the Jili people are completely suppressed by the humans, I'll be taking back all these weapons. At the same time, when I give these weapons to the various human races, I hope that they'll give me something in exchange. Of course, it'll just be some ordinary items from the ancient beast era. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Ordinary items from the ancient beast era. What would they become if they were brought to the modern era? Firearms required money. Even if Hu Guang and Yi En were the leaders of the Sacred Flame sect, they wouldn't send so many weapons for nothing. Naturally, the wool had to come from the sheep. He already had a plan in mind. Qi Yu and the other two followed Yi Ruo and Emohu back to Tsang Mountain. Due to the special nature of the demon refining gourd hidden in Tsang Mountain, the previous explosion hadn't attracted any ferocious beasts. Emohu's choice was very suitable. This place happened to be a vacuum in the territory of the ferocious beasts. After returning to Tsang Mountain, Emohu immediately used his special method as the king of divine beasts to send a message to his clansmen, ordering all the Kirin to gather at Tsang Mountain. At the same time, he immediately started giving instructions to Qi Yu. After all, although they had a plan, they didn't know what the ferocious beasts were doing. Ever since Yi Ruo had used the fake Xianyuan sword to scare off the bull demon king Mei and the other powerful ferocious beasts, they hadn't made any moves. Even when the Jiuli people had suddenly attacked the White Clan, only some ordinary ferocious beasts had participated. The ferocious beasts' desire to destroy the divine beasts had been around for a long time. The appearance of Qi Yu had broken the temporary peace, so the culprits naturally wouldn't sit back and watch. Neither side knew the exact situation of the other. The appearance of the Xianyuan sword had undoubtedly had a huge impact on the ferocious beast side. A month's time passed quickly. During this month, Qi Yu had spent all his time in Emohu's cave. Yi Ruo was in charge of food and water, and the Snow Girl and Wenting's strength had also improved under Yi Ruo's guidance. In the sky, the clean clouds against the blue sky looked like huge balls of cotton candy floating gently. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone on the earth, bringing warmth and vitality. Looking down from the sky, the large expanse of green could easily bring a good mood. However, Qi Yu was currently feeling a little nervous. While flying in the sky, he held onto Wenting's small hand and used his own energy to wrap around Wenting's body. Although Wenting's strength had increased a lot compared to before, Long Qi was on a completely different level after obtaining the energy of the giant beast relic. However, she only had half of Kirin's bloodline, so she didn't have the ability to fly like Kirin. At this moment, she could only rely on Qi Yu's help to float in the sky. Snow Girl followed on the other side of Qi Yu. Her clothes were still as clean as before, and her cold face had become much gentler than before. As she flew, she would occasionally glance at Qi Yu and Wenting. When her gaze fell on the two of them, it would often reveal a gentle light. Qi Yu, you seem to have something on your mind. You haven't spoken much along the way. Wenting looked at the man beside her, who had already established a relationship with her, with some concern. Qi Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile and said, "No, I'm just thinking, I don't know what kind of trouble we'll encounter on this trip to Kunlun. Previously, we obtained the Xianyuan sword because we were really lucky. This time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy." Wenting sighed and said, "Now, we can only leave it to fate." However, didn't Senior Emohu say that although these divine weapons are difficult to find, there won't be too much danger? This is our only chance to return. We can only give it a try. Qi Yu smiled and looked at Wenting and said, "I don't know why, but I keep feeling that you don't seem to care about whether we can return or not. Chapter 146. Chi, you didn't dare to look into Wen Ting's eyes. He naturally understood the meaning behind Wen Ting's words, and he knew that this was his problem. However, it was impossible for him to give up on Ming Ming and Ryue. If he was still the Chiyu of the past, it would be a great satisfaction to have a beautiful woman as his companion. However, after so many things had happened, his fate had changed. Some things were no longer under his complete control. Now that things had come to this, could he give up? The answer was of course no. Ting, Wen Ting smiled and said, "All right, I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else. Can't I just complain to a ruffian like you?" Chi looked at Wen Ting with a bitter smile and said, "This, Ting, you also know that some things are arranged by fate. It's not something that I can control. I really can't control myself. From Ming Ming at first, to Ryue later, and then to you. I can't give up on any of you." Looking at Chi Yu's pitiful look, Wen Ting held his hand tightly and said, "I'm sorry, Chi. I don't want to bring you trouble. You are Kirin. Whether it's Kirin's fate or Kirin's own situation, I have no reason to monopolize you. Don't worry. Although I really want to get all of your love, I'm not a jealous woman." Chi Yu pulled Wen Ting to his side and hugged her slender waist. He smiled and said, "I know that Ting is the most obedient. In fact, I love each and every one of you with all my heart. You can get all my love. I love you and I love them too. This is actually not contradictory. I'm already very satisfied with the three of you. When we go back, we can live together every day, I think. Ming Ming and Ryue are also very reasonable. I think the two of you will get along very well." Wen Ting giggled and said, "That's not right. It's not 3, it should be 4. Master Zagru said that you need 4 women. As for the 4th one, I'm afraid it's the beautiful and hot Desert Storm policewoman." As soon as he heard Wen Ting mention Shangbing, Chi Yu suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Even after a few months, he could still clearly remember the intense stimulation of the Desert Storm. Chi Yu could not ignore Shangbing's pitiful background and the things that happened between him and Shangbing. "All right, didn't you say that men don't explain?" There was no need to explain. If we can really go back, the first thing I'll do is to unite them and form a united front. That is to unite them and form a united front. 4 is enough. If you prepare a 5th, we'll deal with you. Chi Yu let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He quickly smiled and said, No, I'm already very satisfied with the 4 of you." As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little lascivious. Ming Ming's gentleness, Ryue's passion, Shangbing's coldness and passion, and Wen Ting's elegance. The 4 beauties each had their own advantages. They were all super beauties that could only be found once in a million. With 4 wives like these, what more could he ask for? Snow Girl listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, you're so promiscuous. It turns out that I have as many as 3 mothers." Chi Yu glared at Snow Girl and put on a serious look. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. "What do you mean by promiscuous?" "Dad, this is universal love." Hearing Chi Yu's words, Snow Girl laughed even harder. "Dad, I heard someone from the Yellow Flame Soul say this before. It's very suitable for you now." Chi Yu was stunned. "What?" Snow Girl said with a smile, "When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When people are shameless, they are invincible. This is definitely a true portrayal of you. Ah, little girl, your butt is itching. See if Dad doesn't beat you up." Chi Yu pulled Wen Ting and pounced on Snow Girl. Snow Girl nimbly turned in the air and was already next to Wen Ting. She pulled Wen Ting's hand and said pitifully, "Mom, look at Dad. He's going to hit me. You have to protect me." Wen Ting slapped away Chi Yu's hand and said angrily, "What are you doing? Did Snow Girl say something wrong? Aren't you always shameless? That time, after you used the Qilin arm and fainted, I heard from that Yin Xiaoyi that you used to always say something. You said that pretty girls can only get your body but they can never get your pure soul. Am I right? How could you say such lewd words? Isn't that shameless? No way you even know this. Qi Yu's jaw dropped in shock. Wen Ting said proudly, "Of course I know everything related to you." "Humph, be careful. If there's anything like what happened last time, my daughter and I will deal with you together." Qi Yu snorted and said, "Yan Xiaoyi, this brat. He even said these things about me. See how I will deal with him when I go back. I'm going to turn him into mutton soup." Thinking of Yan Xiaoyi, although his words were fierce, his heart was filled with warmth. If it wasn't for the appearance of Yan Xiaoyi, he might not be where he is today. At that time, it was because he used the brick-breaking martial art on Yan Xiaoyi that he went to Tibet, met Master Zagru and Mingming, and became the king of the Zodiac. It was also from then on that his fate changed completely. Speaking of which, he should really thank him. When Ting said, "Chiyu, these days I see you practicing with Amohua and Kirin every day. What have you achieved? Has your ascending cloud art reached the 7 clouds realm?" Qi Yu shook his head and said, "Not yet. Every level of the ascending cloud art is very difficult, especially at the 3 clouds, 6 clouds, and 9 clouds. These 3 levels are very difficult. I have reached the 6 clouds realm now, but I haven't reached the peak of the 6 clouds. Even if I reach the peak of the 6 clouds, it will be very difficult to break through and reach the 7 clouds realm. I will enter the great accomplishment realm of Kirin's ability. My strength will increase in all aspects. The origin of nature played an important role in me being able to reach the 6 clouds realm so quickly. At the same time, it was the blue sea thunder beads of Brother Nethersnake and the NEI pill of the golden winged eagle that played an important role. Under the effect of the origin of nature, I have completely absorbed them. In addition, I have some foundation, so I can recover so quickly. However, it is also because I have advanced too quickly in the 6 clouds realm. When I reach the 6 clouds realm, it becomes even more difficult. I have discussed this with Senior Emohua in detail. He advised me not to rush to break through the 6 clouds realm because my thundercloud force is not stable enough. Although the compression is very good and the thundercloud force is very pure, it is far from being dense enough. It is best to build a firm foundation in the 6 clouds realm. That way, after reaching the 7 clouds realm, I can better enhance my strength and make it easier to advance later. Wen Ting nodded and said, "Then what have you learned in this month?" Senior Emohua is Ink Kirin and also the King of Kirin. He should be of great help to you. Qi Yu smiled and said, "Of course. Senior Emohua is not the only one who has helped me. The other Kirin seniors have also been of great help to me. Perhaps it is because I have used the origin of nature to change their bodies and extend their lives. They have spared no effort to help me. Under their guidance, my application of the 4 types of thundercloud force is much better than before. I have also learned some small tricks for the application of thundercloud force. I can produce a greater effect with less thundercloud force. In this month, not only has my thundercloud force become more dense, these newly learned Kirin's abilities have also allowed me to deal with enemies better in future battles. I reckon that with my current strength, when fully activated, even without the help of the Shenyuan sword, it would be comparable to a 10,000-year-old beast. What's more, I still have the miraculous 4 stars realm technique that my father-in-law left me." When Ting blushed, "What do you mean, your father-in-law? Did I agree to marry you?" Qi Yu smirked and said, "You've already fought me with both hands. Who else can she marry but me?" Wen Ting's pretty face instantly flushed when she heard what he said. She scoffed and said, "What nonsense are you spouting in front of Snow Girl?" Snow Girl asked curiously, "Daddy, what do you mean by hands fighting each other? Is it a very powerful ability?" Qi Yu laughed heartily and said, "That's right this. When I get back, I'll find you a novel by Jin Yong and you'll understand. I won't explain much now." When Ting glared fiercely at Qi Yu and said, "I really don't know what's in your head. Filthy thoughts are simply endless." Qiyu looked deeply at Wenting and said very quickly, "Of course my head is filled with love for you. Ting, can't you feel it?" Wenting was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face blushed even more. "Don't be serious, annoying." Although she said so, a sweet smile had already appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qiyu said, "Oh, that's right. Ting, there's something I want to tell you. These days, I've been learning about Kirin's abilities as well as the application of Kirin's abilities. At the same time, I've discussed with Elder Mo Huo about the art of the 1,000 changes. According to our estimates, this art of the 1,000 changes should have been modified from father-in-law's life domain and forcibly injected into his own skin to refine Kirin's concealment. Father-in-law is indeed the strongest Kirin expert in the history of the Kirin clan. This art of the 1,000 changes is not only an extremely powerful life domain, but he was also able to preserve this life domain. This is simply incredible." Wenting sighed and said, "If it wasn't because father was too powerful, mother wouldn't have been instructed to get close to him and leave. Perhaps, without mother, father would have led the mythological beast clan and suppressed the ferocious beasts to an unimaginable extent. However, it was also from that great change that not only did the Kirin clan rapidly decline, but most of the experts of the ferocious beasts also died under the backlash of father's death. This was also a precursor to the end of the ancient giant beast era. Humans developed and grasped the control of the Yanhuang land in their hands." Qiyu nodded and said, "You're right. Everything has a cause and effect. It's the same for us to return to this era under the effect of the reincarnation fruit. Perhaps it's because the difference in strength between the mythological beasts and the ferocious beasts is too great that we return to this era under the arrangement of the heavens. In the past, I never believed in these things. However, now that the truth is right before my eyes, I have no choice but to believe it." Wenting smiled and said, "In that case, we can only continue to walk according to the arrangements of fate. No matter what, I will always be by your side to support you. Even if we can't return, I will always be here to accompany you, all right?" After hearing Wenting's words, Qiyu recalled the request that Irua and Mo had made to him. He sighed in his heart. Ting, oh Ting, do you know that whether or not we can return, your husband, I will have to experience a huge thrill? However, no matter how thrilling this thrill is, I will never let you suffer any harm. I wonder how Mo Hua and the rest are doing. When I return from the Kunlun mountain range this time, perhaps it's time for me to fulfill my promise." With a faint smile, the light in Qiyu's eyes became much gentler. Looking at the azure sky, his heroic spirit rose. "Who cares? No matter what the outcome is, since I've already agreed, shouldn't I have to face the fundraising? What's the use of thinking so much now? It's better to live happily with Ting and the Snow Girl every day before this." At the thought of this, Qiyu let out a long sigh. "Let's hurry up and hope to reach our destination as soon as possible." The information that Mo Hua gave to Qiyu was very detailed. The Kunlun Mirrors was ranked 9th among the 10 great artifacts, and it was left in the Kunlun mountain range by the Sky God. In terms of origin, when the Kunlun Mirrors first appeared, it was actually refined by some great god in the Kunlun mountain range. It didn't have any offensive power, nor did it have any defensive ability. However, it could see through all disguises and even see through time and space. Among the 10 great artifacts, it was the only treasure that could travel through time and space. Its significance was actually not inferior to that of the other artifacts. On the contrary, under certain circumstances, its uniqueness made it more useful than the other artifacts. This was undoubtedly the case for Qiyu. Although he had obtained the Shenyuan sword, he would rather choose the Kunlun mirrors if he had to choose. Even if he could fully use the abilities of the Shenyuan sword, he would still choose the Kunlun mirrors. Even if it was the East Emperor Bell, which was one of the 10 great artifacts, Qiyu's choice would never change. After all, there was nothing more important to him than returning to his own era. The Kunlun mountain range was different from the Kunlun mountain range in Chiyu's era. Not only did it look different, but the environment was also different. Even its geographical location was different. Chiyu had obtained a simple map made of animal skin from Emohua. Although the map was very simple, it could be considered a priceless treasure during the era of the ancient beasts. After all, if one wanted to draw a map in this era, they would have to go to all the places shown on the map and draw it based on memory. How difficult was this? The Kunlun mountain range was in the northwest of the Yanhuang land. Its overall location was somewhat similar to that of Chiyu's era, but it was more inclined towards the west. It felt like the current Yanhuang land was not only the size of Chiyu's era. In fact, it was much larger. Through his conversation with Wen Ting, Chiyu discovered that the current world was still very different from his era. Even the situation of the various continents was different. It was even possible that Asia and other continents were still connected at this time. Of course, Chiyu was not too interested in these. He only wanted to find the Kunlun mountain range as soon as possible according to the location marked on the map. He also wanted to find the place where the Kunlun mirrors were kept according to the map. The information that Emohua had given to Chiyu was very detailed. However, he did not know where the Kunlun mirrors were in the Kunlun mountain range. The mythological beasts had carefully searched for any of the 10 great divine treasures. Based on the various signs obtained during their search back then, Emohua had narrowed down the range of the Kunlun mirrors by a lot. They were probably in a few snow-capped mountains that were very high above sea level. If one wanted to find the Kunlun mirrors, luck was still an important factor. After flying for a full 3 days, Chiyu knew from the map that there was still a long way to go before he could reach the Kunlun mountain range. It might be 2 or 3 times the distance that he had to fly by himself. The journey was rather peaceful. With Chiyu's ability to soar 90,000 miles in a single leap and a thundercloud force, he sometimes carried Wen Ting and Snow Girl at the same time. Therefore, his speed was very fast. Even though it was far from the plane of his era, it was much faster than the train. As they were flying, Snow Girl suddenly pointed down and said, "Daddy, Mommy, look, the forest below is so dense." Chiyu was in the midst of absorbing the energy particles in the air as he flew. When he heard the Snow Lady's words, he subconsciously looked down. Just as the Snow Lady had said, below them was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even from the sky, it was impossible to see the end of the forest. As far as the eye could see, the dense forest was like a green ocean. Under the bright sunlight, there was not even a trace of soil to be seen. Gigantic tree crowns completely blocked one's line of sight. Even from midair, one could clearly feel the surging aura of nature. As the source of nature, Chi suddenly felt refreshed both physically and mentally when he suddenly felt such a strong aura of nature. This place is really beautiful. Sigh, I'm also liking this era more and more. As long as I can go back, I must bring everyone here in the future. It can be considered a tour. Snow Girl implored, "Daddy, let's go down and rest for a while, okay? We've been flying for more than half a day. We should also rest." Chi looked at her with some surprise and said, "Snow Girl, are you tired?" Snow Girl blushed and said bashfully, "I'm not very tired, but I want to go down and take a look, okay?" Seeing her eyes flickering, Chiyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. He said, "It's just a forest. What's there to see? We should hurry and hurry. The sooner we get the Kunlun mirrors, the sooner we can return to our own world." Snow Girl anxiously said, "But Daddy, there's water below." "There's water?" Chiyu suddenly realized that Snow Girl really liked cleanliness. Even in the month they were in Tsang Mountain, she would often let Chengruo take her out to find a place to bathe. They had already been out for 3 days. It seemed like she wanted to bathe again. Smiling, he said, "I see. Then let's go down and take a look? But how come I don't see any water?" Snow Girl said, "I have the ability of the water attribute and also the ability of the wind attribute. Daddy, although you also have it, your energy is focused on flying, so naturally you didn't find it. I felt the existence of water through the information passed by the wind, and it's a very pure water element. There must be a very clear stream of water in this forest. Wen Ting smiled and said, I also want to take a bath. Let's go down together. Qi Yu quietly covered the dense forest with his spiritual force. This time he also felt it. Through the forest's breath of life, he found that the water source was still some distance away. Because the distance was not close, and the surrounding was dense forest, they couldn't see the appearance of the water source from the air. To be able to nourish such a large forest, it seemed like the water source should not be small. Going to take a look was also a good choice. Thinking of this, Qi Yu hugged Wen Ting's slender waist with one hand and pulled Snow Girl with the other, increasing the speed of flying a bit, flying towards the location of the water source below. The breath of the water energy was becoming more and more obvious. As they gradually flew lower, Qi Yu was surprised to find that this forest was indeed very strange. Not to mention anything else. Just these tall trees were enough to surprise him. At first, when he first came to this world, in the dense forest of the Chaos King's territory, Qi Yu was already surprised a lot, but the trees there were generally only 10 meters tall. But in this forest, the average height of the trees was actually more than 30 meters. These were at least thousands of years old. They could be said to be living fossils. The tall trees and dense canopies made the air above the forest indescribably wonderful. After taking a few deep breaths, he immediately felt that his body was full of vitality. The energy of nature surged towards Qi Yu's body like rivers running into the sea, and was constantly converted into the energy that Qi Yu needed under the effect of his thundercloud force. Although the energy of nature could not enhance Qi Yu's thundercloud force, it was the best way to replenish his lost physical strength and thundercloud force. Although it was only for replenishment, it was already very comfortable for Qi Yu. Moreover, although his body had been completely transformed under the influence of the natural breath, there would still be some slight changes, making his body stronger and more energetic. As he was flying, suddenly, Qi Yu saw a black shadow drilling out of the canopy like lightning, rising into the sky. Behind him, a dozen more white figures drilled out and chased after him. The black figure at the front was illuminated by the sunlight in the sky, and its speed suddenly decreased a lot. The white figures that he had already shaken off some distance away were rapidly approaching him. Qi Yu slowed down his flying speed and looked carefully. He saw that flying at the front was a handsome man. It seemed that his whole body was emitting a layer of black breath. Although he looked handsome, there were 2 fangs protruding from his lips. It felt that his energy breath was completely negative, and it was somewhat familiar. However, Qi Yu could not tell what kind of energy it was. This handsome young man had a pair of wings that were as thin as cicadas. They were black, but because they were very thin, they were faintly translucent. His wings were very special. There were no feathers on them, but a layer of fine black hair. At this moment, although the young man was flying forward with all his might, it could be seen that he seemed to be in great pain. There were more than 10 white figures chasing after him, both men and women. Everyone's expression was very solemn. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. It was actually a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Qi Yu thought to himself that if such young men and women were born in his era, they would probably be able to participate in a talent show. They did not rely on their own bodies to fly, but each of them was riding a big bird. The bird was 2 meters long, and its wingspan was 4 meters. Its whole body was covered with snow-white feathers. Its huge body and wings did not affect its agility. With a few flaps of its wings, it was getting closer and closer to the man in front of it. Before Qi Yu could think too much, the young man in black had already flown in their direction, and the people in white behind him were less than 20 meters away. They were all holding stone weapons in their hands. If it was not for the fact that it was difficult to aim while flying, they would have already started throwing. Qi Yu had never been a nosy person. He gave Wen Ting and Snow Girl a look and prepared to fly higher to let the people below him pass. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. The man in black who was flying in front suddenly stopped, and then his body actually flew straight into the air. At the same time, his body drew an arc in midair and instantly dodged the pursuers behind him. At this moment, the direction in which he was flying was directly in front of Chi-Yu and the other two people. Chi-Yu subconsciously raised the thundercloud force in his body. If the other party wanted to harm him, he would not be polite. At this moment, the man in black was already very close to them. He was obviously stunned when he suddenly saw Chi-Yu and the other two people flying in the air. Seeing that he was close to them, he reacted very quickly. His body made a clever turn in the air and drew another arc in the air. He flew 2 meters to the left of Chi-Yu and the other two people. With a smile, Chi-Yu could not help but reveal a trace of admiration in his eyes. This kind of ingenious arc flight was indeed the best way to avoid obstacles. However, his smile did not last long. The pursuers below had already rushed up. At this moment, the man in black in front had already gone around Chi-Yu, and the other two people who were chasing after them were obviously not as agile. The huge white bird actually crashed directly towards Chi-Yu and the other two people at a very fast speed. The man in white in the front shouted in surprise, "Quick, dodge it!" They were already in front of him, and they were all humans. Chi-Yu could not help but be interested in them. These people obviously belonged to the forest in front of him. Since they were humans and not Jilly people, they were probably from the other races. With this thought in mind, Chi-Yu moved slightly with Wen-Ting and the Snow Girl. His body had already sunk by 10 meters, just in time to avoid the attack of the white birds. However, he did not leave. Instead, he opened his arms, and a layer of faint silver light floated out and enveloped the people in front of him. The pursuers, including the man in black in front of them and the huge birds, felt their bodies become sluggish at the same time. It was as if they were stained by a sticky liquid. Their flying speed instantly decreased, as if they were no longer in control of their bodies. Not only could they not increase their flying speed, but they gradually stopped. They did not realize that there was an additional silver light on their bodies. This was a special method of using Kirin's original ability. Any Kirin could use it. It did not have a high requirement for the thundercloud force. However, the stronger the Kirin, the more powerful it would be. It was known as Kirin Silk. It could restrain the opponent unknowingly and was usually used to capture them. However, if the opponent was too powerful, Kirin Silk could only be used to delay them. However, the abilities of the people in front of him were obviously much weaker than Chi-Yu. Under the entanglement of Kirin's silk and the pulling force of the energy, their flying speed instantly slowed down. In a flash, Chi-Yu had already moved his thundercloud force to the side of the two parties. He smiled and said, "Hello everyone, what are you?" The man in black, who was flying at the front, looked at Chi-Yu in shock, but he did not say a word. His face looked very pale, and big drops of sweat were flowing down his face. The black airflow that was emitted from his body was fluctuating slightly. Each time it fluctuated, it would weaken a little. Although it did not seem obvious, his expression became more and more painful. The leader of the white-clothed group was a beauty who looked to be in her 20s. She was the one who had cried out in alarm and dodged. She could not conceal the astonishment in her eyes as she looked at Chi-Yu. After all, Chi-Yu and the other two were floating in the air without any support. To them, such a phenomenon was just too shocking. Chapter 147. The lady in white looked very petite, and she was holding a stone sword in her hand. It looked simple, but the edges were very sharp. Her beauty was pleasing to the eyes in Chi-Yu's eyes, but it was still lacking compared to Wen-Ting and Snow Girl. From this lady, Chi-Yu could feel some energy aura that wasn't very strong. "Who are you?" "We are chasing the evil members of our race." "What does that have to do with you?" "Get out of the way," the lady in the lead said to Chi-Yu impolitely. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, don't you know that the Jilly people are getting restless? We humans are all on the same side, so why are we fighting amongst ourselves?" Aren't we just letting them reap the benefits? The lady's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Which race are you from?" Chiyu thought for a while and said, "I'm from the Earth race." After all, the Earth race was the direct descendant of Emperor Huang, so there was nothing wrong with his answer. "What about you?" The lady's expression became slightly better, but her gaze towards Chiyu was still full of suspicion. "You are from the Earth race? I have never heard of anyone from the Earth race that can fly. I am Yu Xing from the Yu race." Chiyu's eyes flashed. So she was from the Yu race, one of the 4 main races of the human race. Previously, he had heard from Green Dragon Genii that the Bai race and the Yu race produced the most handsome men and beautiful women. It seemed that this was true. Just because you have never heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. "Lady, I am the son of the Earth races, High Priest Irua." Chiyu thought for a while and felt that it was more appropriate to reveal this identity. "What did you say?" To Chiyu's surprise, the Yu clansmen in front of him revealed shocked expressions at the same time. The way they looked at Chiyu changed drastically. Not only did their original hostility disappear, but it was replaced by respect. Even the young man with the black aura looked at Chiyu with reverence in his eyes. Yu Xing said, You are the son of the Earth Clan's great priest Irua, the one who has obtained the Shenyuan divine sword, the human race's new Emperor Huang." Ah! Chiyu looked at Yu Xing, dumbfounded. He thought to himself, when did news spread so fast in this era? What he didn't know was that the appearance of the Shenyuan divine sword had shaken the entire human world. The 4 main races all received the news. Originally, the Earth race's position among the 4 main races was just below average. After all, the appearance of the Earth race could not be compared to the White race and the Yu race. Although the Yu race was not the most powerful race among the 4 main races, they were the most arrogant race. Their appearance was also the most outstanding among the 4 main races. However, when the news that the owner of the Shenyuan divine sword was the son of the Earth clan's high priest spread, the Earth race's position immediately returned to being the first race of the human race. The new Emperor Huang had appeared, and he was the hope of all humans. Thus, the Yu clansmen here were already aware of this. After hearing Chiyu's words, Yu Xing no longer found it strange that Chiyu could fly. Scratching his head, Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "You are not wrong to say that. However, I do not dare to call myself the new Emperor Huang." Yu Xing said fervently, No. If you can obtain the Shenyuan divine sword, you will be the new Emperor Huang of the human race. In our eyes, you are the most powerful being. Only you can lead us to defeat those evil, Jilly people." As she spoke, she had already bowed to Chiyu on the bird's back. Behind Yu Xing, a young man riding on a white bird said in a low voice, "Sister Xing, we need him to prove his identity." Startled, Yu Xing raised her head to look at Chiyu. With Chiyu's 6th sense, he naturally heard their conversation. He shrugged helplessly and said, "How do we prove it? Do you want me to show you the Shenyuan divine sword?" "I am sorry, but the Shenyuan divine sword has its own intelligence. It does not listen to me." You did not have much hope for the Shenyuan divine sword. No matter how powerful the traceless cloud divine weapon was, it did not listen to his commands and could suck his HP dry at any time. You was not interested. In his heart, he thought that rather than relying on the Shenyuan divine sword, it was better to rely on his own strength. Yu Xing was also in a difficult position. However, her position in the Yu clan was not low. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately said, "How about this, Your Majesty Emperor Huang? Let's go down first. After we deal with this evil traitor, we will come back to determine your identity. What do you think?" Chiyu had an idea and said, "Please do not call me Emperor Huang. My name is Chiyu. You can just call me by my name. What is going on? How did this brother become a traitor?" Yu Xing glared at the man in black in front of her and said, "He is a traitor of our clan. We cannot tolerate the evil things he has done. We must bring him back to the clan to deal with him. After hearing Yu Xing say this, the man in black finally spoke. His voice was very pleasant. No, no, I am not a traitor. I have never hurt anyone, nor do I want to hurt anyone. I also do not know why I became like this. I am also a member of the Yu clan. Xing Xing, we have been friends for so many years. Is it because of the change in my appearance that you find it so hard to face? Yu Xing coldly snorted and said, Just a change in appearance? Tell me, what have you been doing these past few days? Just as she said this, Chiyu said, Wait a minute, everyone. How about this? Since you all have your own opinions, let's go down and talk. It is pointless for you all to talk while flying. It is better to go down and talk. Although Yu Xing could not confirm Chiyu's real identity, she had basically accepted this new Emperor Huang based on the fact that Chiyu could fly. She nodded and said, Okay, then let's go down and talk. No, I cannot go down with you. You will kill me. The man in black's eyes were filled with fear. He flapped his wings and turned to run. However, with the help of Kirin's silk, although he was good at flying, how could he run away? If he ran away, Chiyu would not be able to live in this world anymore. Brother, don't panic. Chiyu waved his right hand and used his cloud force to create a strong suction force. The man in black had just spread his wings when he was forcefully pulled back and landed next to Chiyu. Good people should not be treated unjustly. Since you say that you are not a traitor or an evil person, why are you afraid to go back with them? The black-clothed youth looked at Chiyu in panic and said, No, no, I can't go back. They won't listen to my explanation. Even if I explain, they won't believe me. However, I'm really not an evil person. I beg you, Great Huang Emperor, please let me go. Chiyu frowned slightly as he looked at the black-clothed youth. He could indeed sense a sinister aura from the latter's body. He frowned slightly and said indifferently, How about this? I will be your guarantor. Even if they don't listen to your explanation, I will. As long as you can give a reasonable explanation and prove that you are not an evil person, I promise that nothing will happen to you. In the name of the Xianyuan sword. In the name of the Xianyuan sword? Of course, this was just a casual remark. However, for humans in this era, such an oath was obviously very effective. Hearing what Chiyu said, the man in black immediately softened. He looked at Chiyu and nodded lightly. All right then, Your Majesty the Yellow Emperor, please make the decision for me. Yu Xing frowned and said, Your Majesty Huang Emperor, oh no, Chiyu. Are you going to be his guarantor? Chiyu said, I have always supported the principle of not letting a bad person go, but never wrongly accusing a good person. Yu Xing's eyes lit up and said, As expected of Your Majesty Huang Emperor, your words really have a deep meaning. Hearing this, Snow Girl and Wen Ting, who were next to Chiyu, couldn't help but giggle. Although Chiyu was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly covered up his embarrassment and said, Let's go down first. As he said this, he used energy to control the man in black and brought Wen Ting and Snow Girl down into the forest. Only when they entered the forest could they feel the greatness of the forest. There were giant trees that were up to 30 meters tall. In the forest, the air became more fresh and comfortable. The temperature, fresh air, and the forest was full of vitality. This was definitely a good place to talk. Chiyu let go of the energy control on the man in black and said, All right, now it's time to tell me what's going on. Just as Yu Xing was about to speak, she was stopped by Chiyu. Let's listen to his explanation, okay? Even if he is really evil, we should give him a chance to defend himself, right? As a Qilin, Chiyu naturally exuded a noble aura. Seeing his ordinary appearance, Yu Xing could not muster the slightest thought of resisting and nodded silently. The large birds they had been riding had now docilely moved to the side, while her clansmen had already surrounded the black-clothed youth. Each and every one of them raised their weapons as if they were ready to fight at any time. Chiyu nodded at the man in black and said, Now I'll give you a chance to explain. You can speak now. The man in black looked at Yu Xing with some fear. In the forest, his face seemed to look much better. He was not as pale as before. The black aura around his body gradually disappeared. To Qi Yu's surprise, the pair of strange wings on his back also disappeared. Even the two protruding fangs in his mouth were retracted. At this moment, he looked completely like an ordinary human. Your Majesty, the great Huang Emperor, please uphold justice for me. I really am not a bad person, nor am I evil. Even I don't know why all of this happened. I can only say that I am very unlucky. At this point, a few drops of tears flowed down from the man's eyes. His emotions were very real. Qi Yu was sure of this. He didn't interrupt and listened to the man in black. The man in black stabilized his emotions and said, "Here's what happened. I am a member of the Yu clan, a warrior of the Yu clan. Yu Xing and the others can prove this. Just 3 months ago, I left the place where I lived and went to the cave in Jia Mountain, trying to find a giant beast companion that could help me. That was when my disaster came. That day, I sneaked into Jia Mountain alone. The range of Jia Mountain wasn't very big, so I was very careful. Although giant beast companions can help us, they are also very dangerous. If I don't get their approval, my life might be in danger. So, after I entered the range of Jia Mountain, I was a little nervous. I didn't have any experience, and I didn't have any friends in the clan who could help me. I could only rely on my own strength. Although I asked the clansmen who had giant beast companions before I went to Jia Mountain and gained some experience, I was still very nervous when it was my turn to do it myself. At this point, his eyes looked a little blurred, as if he had returned to the scene at that time. Because of Qi Yu, Yu Xing, and the other Yu clan members didn't stop him from continuing. They only listened with cold expressions. Smiling, Qi Yu's eyes showed a trace of gentleness. He said, "You becoming like this should have something to do with your giant beast companion, right?" The youth in black nodded. "Yes, if I knew that going to Jia Mountain would make me like this, why would I go? Even if I can't become a strong warrior, I can still continue living in the clan. However, it's too late to say anything now." That day, after I carefully entered Jia Mountain, I walked while looking for traces of giant beasts. However, I was disappointed to find that I didn't see any signs of giant beasts even after walking into the depths of Jia Mountain. After half a day, my confidence started to waver. Just at this time, I suddenly found a cave, so I walked over. At that time, because I had already been in Jia Mountain for quite some time, the anxiety in my heart had dissipated. It wasn't as intense as it was at the beginning. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the cave, I smelled a faint, fishy smell. I couldn't help but be startled. I thought that this should be the smell of a giant beast. I secretly prayed that it was a gentle, giant beast. Hearing his words, Wen Ting couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you think that it would be dangerous at that time?" The strength of giant beasts isn't something that humans can compare to. If you met a ferocious beast, what would you do? I'm afraid that you would lose your life there. The youth in black smiled bitterly. It's not that I didn't think about it, but how can it be possible to obtain great power without going through a dangerous process? Having a giant beast companion was too attractive to me. I've never been liked by the clan members. However, if I could become a giant beast warrior, my position would be completely different. So, I didn't hesitate much and entered the cave. After entering the cave, the fishy smell became more obvious. As I walked, I gradually felt fear in my heart. The cave was extremely large and spacious. It was at least as tall as 3 people. Even though there was a fishy smell, it was extremely dry. The deeper I walked, the dimmer the light became. After walking for around 50 steps, it became difficult to see anything clearly in the cave. I could only faintly feel that the deeper I went, the bigger the cave became. Just as I was hesitating about whether I should continue moving forward or not, I suddenly saw 2 balls of red light. They were the size of a human head, and they were filled with a terrifying aura. My blood seemed to have frozen at that moment. Before I could react, The two balls of red light suddenly moved, and a gust of evil wind rushed towards me. It was a powerful force that I couldn't resist at all. I only felt a pain on my neck before my entire body became numb. Immediately after, I lost all feeling. When the youth in black said that his eyes were filled with fear, it was obvious that a few months had passed, but the terrifying scene was still deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind. When I woke up, I only felt that my entire body was very cold. My body was extremely weak, as though the blood in my body had been sucked dry. I originally thought that I was already dead, but after lying on the ground for a long time, I unexpectedly regained my strength and stood up. At that time, I only had one thought in my mind, and that was to quickly escape from this terrifying place. Thus, I ran out of the mountain and returned to the clan. It was an arduous process. I could feel that my body was very, very weak, especially when the sun shone on me. This feeling became even more obvious. Finally, after I escaped, I heard the laughter of my clansmen and fell asleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing this, Chiyu had a rough idea of what had happened. Needless to say, this youth in black must have been attacked by some kind of ferocious beast. Fortunately, he didn't die, but his body was infected by some kind of BD, causing his body to mutate. It should be said that it was a genetic mutation. After a pause, the youth in black said, "When I woke up again, my body was still extremely weak. My body was still extremely weak. But I suddenly felt that everything around me had become much clearer than before. Even the speed at which my clansmen walked seemed to be slower than before. At that time, I didn't think much of it. After sleeping for so long, the first thing that came to my mind was naturally to eat something. Thus, I found some fruits to eat, and my body gradually regained some of its strength. However, I discovered that the originally delicious fruits had no taste in my mouth. When I came outside, I seemed to hate the sunlight even more. At this time, some of my clansmen returned from hunting, bringing back a lot of prey. Hunting and fruits have always been our main source of food. At that time, when I saw the blood on the prey, I don't know why, but the instant I saw the blood, my blood seemed to boil. I ran over impatiently, and with great difficulty I got a prey and brought it back to my treehouse. At that time, my mind was filled with the desire for blood, and I didn't care about anything else. I actually bit the prey's body and sucked its blood. After that, I fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I woke up from my sleep, the surroundings seemed to have changed. The feeling of weakness never returned, and my body was filled with strength. At the same time, I discovered that my body had also changed. The fangs, black fur, and the pair of wings had all appeared at that time. At that time, I was extremely afraid. I didn't know why I had become like this, and my heart was filled with fear. However, the feeling of being filled with strength was so real that I didn't know what to do. In the clan, I didn't have any good friends. Looking at the black fur on my body, I was afraid of being misunderstood by my clansmen, so I didn't dare to go out. Not long after, the changes on my body gradually disappeared, and I dared to walk out of my treehouse to face my clansmen. However, it was also from that day onwards that I lost interest in ordinary food, and only blood was what I desired. At the same time, I was gradually able to control the changes on my body. Apart from my dislike of sunlight, I discovered that my strength and speed had increased to an unprecedented level, and I could also fly in the sky with the wings on my back. To be honest, at that time, I even felt a little excited. However, I was afraid that my clansmen would find out that I liked to drink blood and reject me. Moonstar coldly snorted. "However, your changes were discovered by us. You've already become a demon, and you actually drink blood. An evil person like you must be punished. Otherwise, our clansmen will become your prey sooner or later. So, there's only one ending for you. The moon god won't forgive you." The black-clothed youth said in fear, No, I've never betrayed the moon god. Whenever night falls and the moonlight shines on the earth, I can feel that my strength is much stronger than during the day. The moon god didn't abandon me. Although I like to drink blood, I'm not an evil person. Moonstar, can't you accept my explanation? I've never wanted to harm my clansmen. I beg you, just give me a chance. Moonstar resolutely said, That's impossible. We definitely won't allow a blood-sucking demon to live among our clansmen. Let's go. We'll take you back and listen to the elder's judgment. The black-clothed youth's figure flashed, and he hid beside Chiyu. Great Emperor Huang, you have to help me. You just said that as long as my explanation is reasonable, you'll definitely help me, right? As he spoke, he was shocked to find that Chiyu's expression was lifeless. Not only him, but the two beauties beside him also had very strange expressions. Taking a deep breath, Chiyu looked at the black-clothed youth and solemnly asked, Friend, tell me your name. The black-clothed youth was startled, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, I belong to the Dracula family in the Moon Clan. I'm an ordinary warrior of the Moon Clan. My name is Cain. Kula! When Ting cried out involuntarily, and her gaze became even stranger. You looked at the youth in front of him with his mouth wide open. He didn't expect that this clansman, who was regarded as a traitor and evil by the Moon Clan, actually had a name called Dracula. Dracula! Wasn't that the name of the direct descendant of the vampires? Cain seemed to be the ancestor of the vampires in the legends. How could this be? Could it be that the vampires, one of the powerful dark forces in the West, actually came from the Yen Huang land? The sudden discovery made Chiyu and the other two unable to accept it. This was too ridiculous. The roots of the vampires in the West actually came from the East. Moreover, it was a human who shared the same ancestor as himself, and not an incarnation of a bat. At this time, Chiyu had vaguely thought that the fierce beast that attacked Cain was most likely a bat-type fierce beast. After it absorbed Cain's blood, its own BD entered Cain's body and mutated, thus creating the first vampire in human history, who is also the ancestor of the vampires. Seeing that Chiyu and the other two did not speak again, Cain couldn't help but feel anxious. Your Majesty, the great Huang Emperor, I really have never done anything to betray my people. None of this is what I want. If I could, I would rather become the original cowardly and incompetent warrior of the lowest level. Please, I beg you, you have to help me. Looking at Cain with a complicated gaze, Chiyu did not know what to do. If he killed Cain now, perhaps there would be no more vampires in this world. However, if he really did that, would he change the history of the entire world? If the Western Covenant of Darkness did not have the help of a powerful race like the vampires, how could it compete with the Vatican? The balance of the world might be broken. However, if he did not destroy him, then in this world, vampires would really be born. At this moment, his heart was filled with conflicting feelings. Frankly speaking, he didn't have much hatred for vampires. However, vampires belong to the evil sequence, after all. Seeing one being born in front of his eyes, this feeling was too strange. Yu Xing and her people had already surrounded Cain from all sides. They raised the weapons in their hands, and as long as Cain tried to escape again, they would undoubtedly attack immediately. With a flash in his eyes, Chiyu had already made a decision. Since it was destined that vampires would appear in this world, then even if he stopped the first Cain from appearing, perhaps the heavens would create the second ancestor of vampires. Instead of that, why should he interfere with the balance of history? Thinking of this, Chiyu raised his hand and stopped Yixing and the others from advancing. He said, Everyone, please listen to me. First of all, I want to know if you believe everything that Cain said. Yu Xing and her people looked at each other, nodded slowly, and said, This is the only reasonable explanation. However, we, the Yu clan, are the purest race. We cannot allow evil people like him to exist. He must be punished by the Yu clan. Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, If that's the case, then you have no reason to punish him. First of all, Cain went out to look for giant beasts for a good purpose. He did this to make himself stronger and become a qualified clan warrior. Everything that happened after that was out of his control. He did not want to see himself become like this. Therefore, although he does have an evil aura on him, it does not mean that he is evil. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. Yu Xing said stubbornly, however, evil must be eradicated. Even if it is not his fault, we still cannot tolerate him. Qi shook his head and said, in my opinion, all the energy in this world is not really divided into good and evil. Every energy has its own special characteristics. Yes, the aura on Cain's body is indeed filled with evil. But no matter what kind of energy it is good when used righteously and evil when used. Using evil energy to do good things, is that not a good person? Using pure energy to do bad things, is that not a bad person? Therefore, nothing in this world is absolute. I don't want you to reject him just because of the changes in his body. At least, he should not be punished. Hearing Qi Yu's words, the surrounding Yu clan people fell into deep thought. Cain looked at Qi Yu gratefully and kept nodding his head vigorously. Tears rolled down his face, and he was choked with sobs. After a while, Yu Xing's expression seemed to soften a little. He said, although that is the case, we still cannot allow someone like Qi Yu to continue living among the Yu clan. As for how to deal with his problem, we still need to ask the great elder of our clan to decide. This is not something we can be sure of. Qi Yu nodded and said, the matter has been clarified. In that case, please bring us to see the great elder. Cain, don't worry. As long as you have not done anything evil, I will protect your life. Wen Ting's lips moved, and she sent a telepathic message to Qi Yu. Do you really want to protect him? But if he really is the ancestor of that vampire, if we get rid of him now, we'll have one less enemy in the future. Qi Yu chuckled. No, you are wrong. First of all, I am not a gentleman, and I am not someone who is inflexible. Cain's appearance is actually not bad for us, the descendants of Yin and Huang. Even if he spread the vampires in history, it was only in the West, not in the East. Don't you want to see him create chaos in the West? Become an opponent of the Vatican? Since all this has already happened in history, why do we have to interfere with it? Moreover, in our era, the most powerful vampire was the vampire prince Klinsmann. Although he was an important member of the Covenant of Darkness, in some matters, he was much stronger than the hypocrites of the Vatican. So, I do not want to destroy the vampire system. Taking a step back, even without the history that we know, do you think Cain deserves to die now? He did not do anything wrong, and he did not willingly become like this. Do you have the heart to let the Yu clan execute him?